The witching hour. Sophie couldn't sleep. A brilliant moonbeam was slanting through a gap in the curtains. It was shining right onto her pillow. The other children in the dormitory had been asleep for hours. Sophie closed her eyes and lay quite still. She tried very hard to doze off. It was no good. The moonbeam was like a silver blade slicing through the room onto her face. The house was absolutely silent. No voices came up from downwards. There were no footsteps on the floor above either. The window behind the curtains was wide open, and nobody was walking on the pavement outside. No cars went on by the street. Not the tiniest sound could be heard anywhere. Sophie had never known such a silence. Perhaps, she told herself, this was what they called the witching hours. The witching hour, somebody had once whispered to her, was a special moment in the middle of the night when every child and every grown-up was in a deep, deep sleep, and all the dark things came out from hiding and had the world to themselves. The moonbeam was brighter than ever on Sophie's pillow. She decided to get out of the bed and close the gap in the curtains. You got punished if you were caught out of bed after lights out. Even if you said you had to go to the lavatory, there was no accepted as an excuse, and they punished you just the same. But there was no one about now. Sophie was sure of that. She reached out of her glasses, then lay on the chair beside her bed. They had steel rims and very thick lenses, and she could hardly see a thing without them. She put them on, then she slipped out of bed and tiptoed over to the window. When she reached the curtains, Sophie hesitated. She longed to duck underneath them and lean out of the window to see what the world looked like now that the witching hour was at hand. She listened again. Everywhere it was deadly still. The longing to look out became so strong she couldn't resist it. Quickly, she ducked under the curtains and leaned out of the window. In the silvery moonlight, the village street she knew so well seemed completely different. The houses looked bent and crooked like houses in a fairy tale. Everything was pale and ghostly, like milky white. Across the road, she could see Mrs. Rance's shop, where you bought buttons and wool and bits of elastic. It didn't look real. There was something dim and misty about that too. Sophie allowed her eye to travel farther and farther down the street. Suddenly she froze. There was something coming up the street on the opposite side. It was something black, something tall and black, something very tall and very black and very thin. Who? It wasn't a human. It couldn't be. It was 4 times as tall as the tallest human. It was so tall its head was higher than the upstairs windows of the houses. Sophie opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Her throat, like her whole body, was frozen with fright. This was the witching hour, all right. The tall black figure was coming her way. It was keeping very close to the houses across the street, hiding the shadowy places where there was no moonlight. And on it came, nearer and nearer. But it was moving in spurts. It would stop when it would move on, then it would stop again. But what on earth was it going? Ha! Sophie could see now it was up to. It was stopping in front of each house. It would stop and peer into the upstairs window of each house in the street. It actually had to bend down to peer into the upstairs windows. That's how tall it was. It would stop and peer in, then it would slide on the next house and stop again and peer and so on all along the street. It was much closer now, and Sophie could see it more clearly. Looking at it carefully, she decided it had to be some kind of person. Obviously, it was not a human, but it was definitely a person, a giant person, perhaps. Sophie stared hard across the misty moonlight street. The giant, if that was what he was wearing a long black cloak. In one hand, he was holding what looked like a very long, thin trumpet. In the other hand, he held a large suitcase. The giant had stopped now right in front of Mr. and Mrs. Goosh's house. The Gooshes had greengrocer's shop in the middle of the high street, and the family lived about the shop. The two Gooshy children slept in the upstairs front room. Sophie knew that. The giant was peering through the window into the room where Michael and Jane Gooshy was sleeping. From across the street, Sophie watched and held her breath. She saw the giant step back a place and put his suitcase down on the pavement. He bent over and opened a suitcase. He took something out of it. It looked like a glass jar, one of those square ones with a screw top. He unscrewed the top of the jar and poured what was it into the end of the long trumpet thing. She saw the giant straighten up again, and she saw him poke the trumpet in through the open upstairs window of the room where the Gooshy children were sleeping. She saw the giant take a deep breath, and woof, he blew through the trumpet. No noise came out, but it was obvious to Sophie that whatever had been in the jar had now been blown through the trumpet into the Gooshy children's bedroom. What could it be? as the giant withdrew the trumpet from the window and bent down to pick up the suitcase, he happened to turn his head and glance across the street. In the moonlight, Sophie caught a glimpse of an enormous, long, pale, wrinky face with the most enormous ears. The nose was as sharp as a knife, and above the nose there were two bright flashing eyes, and the eyes were staring straight at Sophie. There was a fierce and devilish look about them. Sophie gave a yelp and pulled back from the window. She flew across the dormitory and jumped into her bed and hid under the blanket. And there she crouched, still as a mouse, and tingling all over. The snatch. Under the blanket, Sophie waited. After a minute or so, she lifted a corner of the blanket and peeped out. For the second time the night, her blood froze to ice and she wanted to scream, but no sound came out. There at the window, with the curtains pushed aside, was the enormous, long, pale, wrinky face of the giant person, staring at it. The flashing black eyes were fixed on Sophie's bed. The next moment, a huge hand with pale fingers came snaking in through the window. This was followed by an arm as thick as a tree trunk, and the arm, the hand, the fingers were reaching out across the room towards Sophie's bed. This time Sophie really did scream, but only for a second, because very quickly the huge hand clamped down over her blanket, and the scream was smothered by the bedclothes. Sophie, crouching underneath the blanket, felt strong fingers grasping hold of her, and then she was lifted up from her bed, blanket and all, and whisked out of the window. If you can't think of anything more terrifying that happening to you in the middle of the night, then let's hear about it. The awful thing was that Sophie knew exactly what was going on, although she couldn't see it happening. She knew that a monster or giant with an enormous, long, pale, wrinky face and dangerous eyes had plucked her from bed in the middle of the witching hour and was now carrying her out through the window, smothered in a blanket. What actually happened next was this. When the giant had got Sophie outside, he arranged the blanket so he could grasp all the four corners of it at once in one of his huge hands, with Sophie imprisoned inside. In the other hand, he seized his suitcase and the long trumpet things, and off he ran. Sophie, by screaming around inside the blanket, managed to push the top of her head out through a little gap just below the giant's hand. She stared around her. She saw the village houses rushing by on both sides. The giant was sprinting down the high street. He was running so fast his black cloak was streaming out behind him like the wings of a bird. Each stride he took was racing across the moonlight fields. Then he just dived in. The fields were no problem to the giant. He simply strode over them. A wide river appeared in his path. He crossed it one flying stripe. Sophie crouched in the blanket, peering out. She was being pumped against the giant's leg like a sack of potatoes. Over the fields and hedges and rivers they went, and after a while a frightening thought came into Sophie's head. The giant is running fast, she told herself, because he is hungry and he wants to get home as quickly as possible, and then he'll have me for breakfast. The cave. The giant ran on and on. But how a curious change took place in his way of running. He seemed suddenly to go into a higher gear. Faster and faster he went. As soon he was traveling at such a speed that the landscape became blurred. The wind stung Sophie's cheeks. It made her eyes water. It wiped her head back and whistled in her ears. She could no longer feel the giant's feet touching the ground. She had a weird sensation. They were flying. It was impossible to tell whether they were over land or sea. This giant had come sort of a magic in his legs. The wind rushing against Sophie's face became so strong that she had to duck down again into the blanket to prevent her head from being blown away. Was it really possible that they were crossing oceans? It certainly felt that was to Sophie. She crouched in the blanket and listened to the howling of the wind. It went on for what seemed like hours. Then all at once the wind stopped its howling. The pace began to slow down. Sophie could feel the giant's feet pounding once again over the earth. She poked her head up out of the blanket to have a look. They were in a country of thick forests and rushing rivers. The giant had definitely slowed down. It was now running more normally. Although normal was a silly word to use to describe a galloping giant. He leaped over meadows and rivers. He went rattling through a great forest, then down into the valley and up over a range of hills as bears concentrate. As soon he was galloping over a desolate wasteland that was no quiet of this earth. The ground was flat and pale yellow. Great lumps of the blue rocks were scattered around, and dead trees stood everywhere like skeletons. The moon had long since disappeared, and now the dawn was breaking. Sophie, still peering out from the blanket, saw suddenly ahead of her great raging mountain. The mountain was dark blue and all around in the sky was gushing and glistering with light. Bits of pale gold were flying among delicate, frosty white flakes of cloud, and all over one side the rim of the morning sun was coming up red as blood. Right beneath the mountain, the giant stopped. He was puffing mightily. His great chest was heaving it and out. He paused to catch his breath. Directly in front of them, lying against the side of the mountain, Sophie could see a massive round stone. It was as big as a house. The giant reached out and rolled the stone to one side as easily as if it had been a football, and now, where the stone had been, there appeared a vast black hole. The hole was so large the giant didn't even have to duck his head as he went in. He strode into the black hole, still carrying Sophie in the one hand, the trumpet and the suitcase in the other. As soon as he was inside, he stopped and turned and rolled the great stone back into the place so that the entrance to his secret cave was completely hidden from outside. Now that the entrance had been sealed up, there was not a glint of light inside the cave. All was black. Sophie felt herself being lowered to the ground. Then the giant let go the blanket completely. His footsteps moved away. Sophie sat there in the dark, shivering with fear. "He is getting ready to eat me," she told herself. "He will probably eat me raw, just as I am. Or perhaps he will boil me first. Or he will have me fried. He will drop me like a rasher of bacon into some gigantic frying pan, sizzling with fat." A blaze of light suddenly lit up the whole place. Sophie blinked and stared. She saw an enormous cavern with high rocky roof. The walls on either side were lined with shelves, and on the shelves there stood row upon row of glass jars. There were jars everywhere. They were piled up in the corners. They filled every nook and cranny of the cave. In the middle of the floor there was a table 12 feet high and chair to match. The giant took off his black cloak and hung it against the wall. Sophie saw that under the cloak he was wearing a sort of collarless shirt and a dirty old leather waistcoat that he didn't seem to have any buttons. His trousers were faded green and were fat too short in the legs. On his bare feet he was wearing a pair of ridiculous sandals that for some reason had holes cut along each side, with a large hole in the end where his toes stuck out. Sophie, crouching on the floor of the cave in her nightie, gazed back at him through thick steel-rimmed glasses. She was trembling like a leaf in the wind, and a finger of ice was running up and down and rubbing his hands together. "What has us got there?" His booming voice rolled around the walls of the cave like a burst of thunder. The BFG. The giant picked up the trembling Sophie with one hand and carried her across the cave and put her on the table. "Now he really is going to eat me," Sophie thought. The giant sat down and stared hard at Sophie. He had truly enormous ears. Each one was as big as the wheel of a truck, and he seemed to be able to move them inwards and outwards from his head as he wished. "Is hungry," the giant boomed. He grinned, showing massive square teeth. The teeth were white and very square, and they sat in his mouth like huge slices of white bread. "Please don't eat me," Sophie stammered. The giant let out a bellow of laughter. "Just because I is a giant, you think that I is a man-goblin cannibal," he shouted. "Yes, about right. Giant is so cannibal-y and murderful, and they does gobble up human beings. Where is giant country now? Giant is everywhere around. Out there us has the famous bone-crouching giant." Bone-crouching giant crushes up 2 whoopsie whiffling human beings for supper every night. Noise is ear-busting. Noise of crunching bones goes crackety-crack for miles among. "Ouch," Sophie said. "Bone-crouching giant just only gobbles human beings from Turkey." The giant said, "Every night Bunny Cruncher is scalloping off to Turkey to gobble Turks." Sophie's sense of patricianism was suddenly so bruised by this remark that she became quite angry. "Why Turks?" she blurted out. "What's wrong with the English?" "Bone-crunching giant says Turks it's tasting. However, so much is here." Bone Cruncher said Turkish humans beans had a glamourly flavor. He says Turks from Turkey is tasting of turkey. "I suppose they would," Sophie said. "Of course they would," the giant shouted. "Every human being is deadly indifferent. Some is Greek and full of uglish. No giant is eating Greeks, ever." "Why not?" Sophie asked. "Greeks from Greece, and all tasting greasy," the giant said. "I imagine that's possible too," Sophie said. She was wondering with a bit of a tremble what all things taken about eating people was leading up to. Whatever happened, they simply must play along with this peculiar giant and smile at his jokes. But were they jokes? Perhaps the great brute was just woken up and appetited by talking about food. "As I'm saying," the giant went on, "all human beings is having different flavors. Human beans from Panama is tasting very strong of hats. Why hats? Sophie said. You it's not very clever, the giant said, moving his great ears in and out. I thought all human beings is full of brains, but your head is emptier than Bundoggle. Do you like vegetables? Sophie asked, hoping to steer the conversation towards a slightly less dangerous kind of food. You're trying to change the subject, the giant said sternly. We is having an interesting babblement about the taste of the human being. The human being is not a vegetable. Oh, the human being is a vegetable, Sophie said. Not the human being, said Giant. The human being has 2 legs and vegetable has no legs at all. Sophie didn't argue anymore. The last thing she wanted to do was make the giant cross. The human being, the giant went on, is coming in tons of different flavors. For instance, human beings from Wales is tasting very whooshy of fish. There is something very fishy about Wales. You mean Wales? Sophie said. Wales is something quite different. Wales is Wales, the giant said. Don't gobble funk around with the words. I will now give you another example. Human beings from Jersey has an almost disgustable woolly tickle at the tongue, the giant said. The human beings from Jersey is tasting of cardigans. You mean jerseys? Sophie said. You are once again gobble-funking, the giant shouted. Don't do it. This is a serious and snitching subject. May I continue? Please do, Sophie said. Your Danes from Denmark is tasting ever so much of dogs, the giant went on. Of course, Sophie said, their taste of Great Danes. Wrong, cried the giant, slapping high tight. Danes from Denmark is tasting doggy because it's tasting of Labradors. When do the people of Labrador taste of? Sophie asked. Danes, the giant cried triumphantly. Great Danes! Aren't you getting a bit mixed up? Sophie said. It is a very mixed up giant, the giant said. But it does do my best. And is not nearly as mixed up as other giants. I know one who gallops all the way to Wellington for his supper. Wellington? Sophie said. Where is Wellington? Your head is full of squashed flies, the giant said. Wellington is in New Zealand. The human beings in Wellington has an especially scrumptious taste, so says the well-eaten giant. What do the people of Wellington taste of? Sophie asked. Boots, the giant said. Of course, Sophie said. I should have known. Sophie decided that this conversation had now gone on long enough. If she was going to be eaten, she'd rather get it over and done with right away than be kept hanging around anymore. "What sort of human beings do you usually eat?" she asked, trembling. "Me?" shouted the giant, his mighty voice making the glass rattle on their shelves. "Me gobbling up human beings? This I never. The others, yes, all the others, he's gobbling them up every night, but not me. It is a freaky, yes? It's a nice and I nice and a complete giant. It's the only nice and complete giant in giant country. I is the big friendly giant. I is the BFG. What is your name?" "My name is Sophie," Sophie asked, and said, hardly daring to believe the good news she had just heard. The giants. "If you are so nice and friendly," Sophie said, "then why did you snatch me from my bed and run away with me?" "Because you saw me," the big friendly giant answered. "If anyone is seeing a giant, he or she must be taken away, Hipwitch." "Why?" asked Sophie. "Well, first of all," said the BFG, "human beings is not really believing in giants, is they? Human beings is not thinking we exist." "I do," Sophie said. "Ah, that is only because you have seen me," cried the BFG. "I cannot possibly allow anyone, even little girls, to be seeing me and staying at home. The first thing you would be doing, you would be scuttling around, yodeling the news that you were actually seeing a giant, and then a great giant hunt, a mighty giant look-see, would be starting up all over the world, with the human beings and rummaging for the great giant you saw and getting wildly excited. People would be coming rushing and bashing after me with goodness know what, and they would be catching me and looking me into a cage to be stared at. They would be putting me into the zoo or the punk mouse with those squiggling himpa dumplings and crocodile-diles. Sophie knew that what the giant said was true. If any person reported actually having seen a giant haunting the streets of her town at night, there would be most certainly be a terrific hullabaloo across the world. "I will bet you," the BFG went on, "that you would have been splashing the news all over the wonky world, wouldn't you, if I hadn't wiggled you away?" "I suppose I would," Sophie said. "And what would never do," said the BFG. "So what will happen to me now?" Sophie asked. "If you go back, you will be telling the world," said the BFG, "most likely on Telly Buncombe books on the radio squeaker. So you will just have to be staying here with me for the rest of your life." "Oh no," cried Sophie. "Oh yes," cried the BFG. "I am warning you not ever to go whiffling about out of his cave without this. I wish you do, you will be coming to a ucky-mucky end. I is showing you now who is going to eat you up if they ever catch even a tiny little glimpse of you. The big friendly giant picked Sophie off the table and carried her to the cave entrance. He rolled the huge stone to one side and said, "Peep out over there, little girl, and tell me what is you seeing." Sophie, sitting on the BFG hand, peeped out of the cave. The sun was up now and shining fiercely hot of the great yellow wasteland with its blue rocks and dead trees. "Is you seeing them?" the BFG asked. Sophie, squinting through the glare of the sun, saw several tremendous tall figures moving among the rocks about 500 yards away. There were 4 others were sitting quite motionless on the rocks themselves. "This is giant country," the BFG said. "Those is all giants, everyone." It was a brain-boggling sight. The giants were all naked except for a sort of short skin around their waists, and their skins were burnt brown by the sun. But it was the sheer size of each one of them that boggled Sophie's brain most of all. They were simply colossal, far taller and wider than the big friendly giant upon whose hand she was now sitting. And oh, how ugly they were! Many of them had large bellies. All of them had long arms and big feet. They were too far away for their faces to be seen clearly, and perhaps that was a good thing. "What on earth are they doing?" Sophie asked. "Nothing," said the BFG. "They's just mooching and fooching around and waiting for the night to come. Then they all be galloping off to the places where people is living to find their suppers." "You mean to Turkey?" Sophie said. "Bone-crunching giant will be galloping to Turkey, of course," said the BFG, "but the others will be waffling off to all sorts of flung-away places, like Wellington for the woody flavor and Panama for the heady taste. Every giant is having his own favorite hunting ground." "Do they ever go to England?" Sophie asked. "Often," said the BFG. "They say the English is tasting ever so wonderfully of Krotskop." "I'm not quite sure I know that what means," Sophie said. "Meanings, it's not important," said the BFG. "I cannot be right all the time. Quite often I is left instead of right." "And all those beastly giants over there really going off again tonight to eat people?" Sophie asked. "All of them is guzzling human beings every night." "But eating people is horrible," Sophie cried. "It's frightful. Why doesn't someone stop them?" "And who, please, is going to be stopping them?" asked the BFG. "Couldn't you?" said Sophie. "Never in a pig's whistle," cried the BFG. "All of those mean eating giants are enormous and very fierce. This all at least 2 times my wideness, endowed by royal highness. Twice as high as you, cried Sophie. Easily that, said the BFG. You've seen them in the distance, but just wait till you get them close up. Those giants is all at least 50 feet tall, with huge muscles and cockles alive, oh. It is a teaching one. I is their aunt. 24 feet is puddle nuts in giant country. You mustn't feel bad about it. Sophie said, I think you are just great. Why, even your toes must be as big as sausages. Bigger, said the BFG, looking pleased. They is as big as bumble hammers. How many giants are there out there? Sophie asked. 9 altogether, answered the BFG. This means, said Sophie, that somewhere in the world every single night 9 rich people get carried away and eaten alive? More, said the BFG. It's all depending, and you see, oh, how big the human being is. Japanese beans is very small. So a giant will need to gobble about 6 Japanese before he's feeling full up. Other, like in Norway, people and Yankee toddlers is ever so much bigger than usually. 2 or 3 of those makers a good duck in. But do these disgusting giants go to every single country in the world? Sophie asked. All countries except in Greece is getting visited sometime or another. The BFG answered. The country which a kind visits it depending how he is feeling. If it's a very warm weather and the giant is feeling as hot himself as a Queen or to cool him down. An ice as fat as Queen to a giant is like a lonely ice cream lolly to you. I'll take your word for it, Sophie said. And then again, if it's a frosty night and then a giant frightening which cold, we will probably point his nose towards the swelling woodlands to guzzle a new Hottentots to warm him up. How perfectly horrible, Sophie said. Nothing has a cold giant like a hot Hottentot, the BFG said. And if you were to beat me down on the ground and I was to duck out among them now, Sophie said, would they really eat me up? Like Whipplesweedle, cried the BFG, and what is more, you is so small that you wouldn't even have to chew you. The first one to be seeing you would pick you up in his fingers down, and you'd like a drop of drain water. Let's go back inside, Sophie said. I hate even watching them. The marvelous ears. Back in the cave, big friendly giant, sat Sophie down once again on an enormous table. Is you quite snugly there in your nightie? He asked. You isn't frigid cold? I'm 9, Sophie said. I cannot help thinking, said the BFG, about your poor mother and father. By now they must be chipping and scuffling all over the house, shouting, hello, hello, where's Sophie gone? I don't have a mother and father, Sophie said. They both died when I was a baby. Oh, you poor little scumpit, cried the BFG. Is you not missing them very badly? Not really, Sophie said, because I never knew them. You's making me sad, the BFG said, rubbing his eyes. Don't be sad, Sophie said. No one is going to be worrying too much about me. The place you took me from was the village orphanage. Were all the orphans in there? So you're an orphan? Yes. How many is there in there? 10 of us, Sophie said. All the girls. Was you happy there? The BFG asked. I hated it, Sophie said. The woman who ran it was called Mrs. Conkers, and if she caught you breaking any of the rules, like getting out of bed at night or not folding up your clothes, you got punished. How is you getting punished? She locks us in a dark cellar for a day and night without anything to eat or drink. The rotten old rot rasper, cried the BFG. It was so horrid, Sophie said. We used to dread it. There was rats down there. We could hear them creeping about. The filthy old Whistler, shouted the BFG. What is the horriest thing I heard for years? You're making me sadder than ever. All at once, a huge tear that would have filled a bucket roller down one of the BFG's cheeks and fell with a splash on the floor. It made quite a puddle. Sophie watched with astonishment. What a strange and moody creature this is, she thought. One moment he's telling me my head is full of quashed flies, and the next moment his heart is melting from me because Mrs. Clockers locks us in the cellar. The thing that worries me, Sophie said, is having to stay in this dreadful place for the rest of my life. The orphanage was pretty awful, but I wouldn't have been there forever, wouldn't I? All is all my fault, the BFG said. Is the one who kidnapped you? Yes, another enormous tear fell from his eyes and splashed on the floor. Now I come to think of it, I won't actually be here all that long, Sophie said. It is afraid you will, the BFG said. No, I won't, Sophie said. Those brutes out there are bound to catch me sooner or later and have me for tea. I's never letting that happen, the BFG said. For a few moments the cave was silent. Then Sophie said, May I ask you a question? The BFG wiped the tears from his eyes with the back of his hand and gave Sophie a long, thoughtful stare. Shoot away, he said. Would you please tell me what you were doing in our village last night? Why were you poking that long trumpet thing into the gushy children's bedroom and then blowing through it? Ha ha, cried the BFG, sitting up suddenly in his chair. Now we is getting noisier than a Parker. And the soaked case you were carrying," Sophie said. "What on earth was that about?" The BFG stared suspiciously at a small girl sitting cross-legged on the table. "You is asking me to tell you who's big secret," he said, "secrets that nobody is ever hearing before." "I won't tell a soul," Sophie said. "I swear it. How could I anyway? I'm stuck here for the rest of my life." "You could be telling the other giants." "No, I couldn't," Sophie said. "You told me they would eat me up the moment they saw me." "And so they would," said the BFG. "You is a human being, and human beings is like strawberries and cream to those giants. If they are going to eat me the moment that you see me, then I wouldn't have time to tell them anything, wouldn't I?" Sophie said. "You wouldn't," said the BFG. "When why did you say I might?" "Because I is a brimful of buzzburgers," the BFG said. "If you listen to everything I am saying, you will be getting an earache." "Please tell me what you were doing in our village," Sophie said. "I promise you can trust me." "Would you teach me how to make an elephant?" the BFG asked. "What do you mean?" Sophie said. "I would dearly love to have an elephant to ride on." The BFG said dreamily, "I would so much love to have a jumpy big elephant to go riding through the green forest and picking peachy fruits off the trees all day long. This is a sizzling hot mug pumpkin country we're living in. Nothing grows in it except snow scumbers. I would have to go somewhere else and pick peachy fruits in the early morning from the back of an elephant." Sophie was quite moved by his curious statement. "Perhaps one day we will get you an elephant," she said, "and peachy fruits as well. Now tell me what you are going to do in our village." "If you's really wanting to know that I'm doing in your village," the BFG said, "it is blowing a dream into a bedroom of those children." "Blowing a dream?" Sophie said. "What do you mean?" "It is a dream-blowing giant," the BFG said. "When all the other giant is galloping off every what way and which to swallow human beings, it is scuttling away to other place to blow dreams into the bedrooms of sleeping children." "Nice dream, a lovely golden dreams. Dream that is giving the dreams a happy time. Now hang on a minute." Sophie said, "Where do you get these dreams?" "I collect them," the BFG said, waving an arm towards all the rows and rows of bottles on the shelves. "I has billions of them." "You can't collect a dream," Sophie said. "A dream isn't something you can catch hold of." "You's never going to understand it," the BFG said. "That is why I's not wishing to tell you." "Oh, please tell me," Sophie said. "I will understand. Go on, tell me how you collect dreams. Tell me everything." The BFG settled himself comfortably in his chair and crossed his legs. Dreams, he said, is a very mysterious thing. He's floating around in the air like little wispy misty bubbles, and all the time they're searching for sleeping people. Can you see them? Sophie asked. Never at first. Then how do you catch them if you can't see him? Sophie asked. Ha, the BFG said. Now he's getting onto the dark and dusky secrets. I won't tell a soul. I is trusting you, the BFG said. He closed his eyes and sat quite still for a moment while Sophie waited. A dream, he said, as it goes whiffling through the night air. It makes a tiny little buzzing mumbling noise. But this little buzzy hum, it's still very soft. It is impossible for a human being to be hearing it. Can you hear it? Sophie asked. The BFG pointed up at his enormous drag-wheeled ears, which he now began to move in and out. He performed his exercise proudly, with a little proud smile on his face. Is you seeing this? He asked. How could I miss them? Sophie said. They make me looking a bit preposterous to you. BFG said, but you must believe me when I say it's a very extra usual ears indeed. It's not to be codded at. I'm quite sure they are not, Sophie said. They's allowing me to hear absolutely every single tweety little thing. You mean you can hear things I can't hear? Sophie said, hearing only thumping loud noise with those little earrings of yours. But I'm hearing all the secrets whispering of the world. Such as what? Sophie asked. In your country, he said, I is a hearing of footsteps of a ladybird as she goes walking across a leaf. Honestly? Sophie said, beginning to be impressed. That's more. I is hearing those footsteps very loud, the BFG said, when a ladybird is walking across a leaf. I is hearing her there feel all going clumpty clumpty clump like giant footsteps. Good gracious me, Sophie said, what else can you hear? I is hearing the little ants chittering to each other as they scuttle around in the soil. You mean you can hear ants talking? Every single word, the BFG said. Although I is not exactly understanding their language. Go on, Sophie said. Sometimes on a very clear night, the BFG said, and I swinging my ears in the right direction, and there he swiveled his great ears upward so do they facing the ceilings. If I just wiggle them like this, and the night is very clear, it is something hearing faraway music coming from the stars in the sky. A curious little shiver passed through Sophie's body. They sat very quiet, waiting for more. My ears is what told me you was watching me out of your window last night, the BFG said. But I didn't make a sound, Sophie said. I was hearing your heart beating across the road, the BFG said. Loud as a drum. Go on, Sophie said, please. I can hear plants and trees. Do they talk? Sophie asked. It's not exactly talking, the BFG said, but there's making noises. For instance, if I come along and I is picking a lovely flower, if I is twisting at them on the flower till it breaks, then the plants are screaming. I can't hear it screaming. It's screaming very clear. You don't mean it, Sophie cried. How awful. It is screaming just like you would be screaming if someone was twisting your arm right off. Is that really true? Sophie asked. You think I is twisting you? It's rather hard to believe. Then I is stopping right here, said the BFG sharply. I is not wishing to be called a fibister. Oh no, I'm not calling you anything, Sophie cried. I believe you, I do really. Please go on. The BFG gave her a long, hard stare. Sophie looked right back at him, her face open to his. I believe you, she said softly. She had offended him. She could see that. I would never be fibbling you, he said. I know you wouldn't, Sophie said, but you must understand that it isn't easy to believe such amazing things right away. I understand that, the BFG said. So do please forgive me and go on, she said. He waited a while longer, and then he said, it is the time with trees and it is with flowers. If I is chopping an egg into the trunk of a big tree, I is hearing a terrible sound coming from inside the heart of the tree. What sort of sound? Sophie asked. A sort of moaning sound, the BFG said. It's like the sound an old man is making when he's dying slowly. He paused. The cave was very silent. Trees, he's living and growing just like you as me, he said. They is alive, so is plants. He was sitting very straight in his chair now, his hands clasped tightly together in front of him. His face was bright, his eyes round and bright as 2 stars. Such wonderful and terrible sounds I is hearing, he said. Some of them you would never wish to be hearing yourself, but some is like glorious music. He seemed almost to be transfigured by the excitements of his thoughts. His face was beautiful in its place of emotions. Tell me some more about them, Sophie said quietly. You just ought to be hearing the little mice talking. He said, little mice is always talking to each other, and I is hearing them as loud as my own voice. So what they say? Sophie asked. Only the mice know that, he said. Spiders is also talking a great deal. You might not be thinking it, but spiders is the most tremendous letterboxes. And while they is spinning their webs, they is singing all the time. They is singing sweeter and 9 to go. Who else do you hear? Sophie asked. One of the biggest chatbacks is the cattle beetles, the BFG said. What do they say? They are arguing all the time about who is going to be prettiest butterfly. That is all they's ever talking about. Is there a dream floating around in here now? Sophie asked. The BFG moved his great ears this way and that, listening intently. He shook his head. There is no dream in here, he said, except in the bottles. I had a special place to go for catching dreams. And it's not often common to giant country. How do you catch them? The same way you catching butterflies, the BFG answered, with a net. He stood up and crossed over the corner of the cave where Paul was leaning against the wall. The pole was about 30 feet long, and there was a net on the end of it. Here's a dream catcher, he said, grasping the pole in the one hand. Every morning I is going out and snatching new dreams to put in my bottles. Suddenly he seemed to lose interest in the conversation. I is getting hungry, he said. It's time for it. Snuscumbers. But if you don't eat people like all others, Sophie said, then what do you live on? That is a squelching tricky problem around here, the BFG answered. In this slush-fucking giant country, happy eats like pineapples and pink winkles is simply not growing. Nothing is growing except for the all extremely icky-poo vegetables. It's called snuscumber. The snuscumber, cried Sophie. There is no such thing. The BFG looked at Sophie and smiled, showing about 20 of his square white teeth. Yesterday, he said, we was not only believing in giant, was we? Today we're not believing in snuscumbers just because we happen not to have actually seen something with our own 2 little winkles. We think it is not existing. What about, for instance, the great squeezy scotchhopper? I beg your pardon, Sophie said. And a hopple crimp? What's that? Sophie cried. And what raw pebble? What's that? Sophie cried. And a crumbscoat? Are they animals? Sophie asked. It is the common animals, said the BFG contemptuously. I is a not well known old giant myself, but it seems to me that you is an absolutely know-nothing human being. Your brain is full of rotten wool. You mean cotton wool, Sophie said. What I mean and what I say is 2 different things, the BFG announced it rather grandly. I will now show you a snuscumbers. The BFG flung open a massive cupboard and took out the weirdest looking thing Sophie had ever seen. It was about half as long a case as an ordinary man, but was much thicker. It was as thick around its girth as a perambulator. It was in black with white stripes along its length, and it was covered all over with curved knobbles. Here is a repulse Snuskambers, cried the BFG, waving it about. I squoggle it, I misplied, I distung it, because I is refusing to gobble up human beings like the other giants. I must spend my life guzzling up icy poo Snuskambers instead. If I don't, I will be nothing but skin and groans. Human skin and bones, Sophie said. I know it is a bones, the BFG said, but please understand that I cannot be helping if I sometimes say things a little squeechly. I is trying to my best all the time. The big friendly giant looked suddenly to forlorn the Sophie gets quite upset. I'm sorry, she had. I didn't mean to be rude. There never was any schools to teach me talk in a giant country, the BFG said sadly. But couldn't your mother have taught you? Sophie asked. My mother, cried the BFG. Giants don't have mothers. Surely you knowing that. I did know that, Sophie cried. Who ever heard of a woman giant? Shouted the BFG, waving the Snuscamber around his head like a lasso. There was never a woman giant, and there was never will be one. Giant is always man. Sophie felt herself getting a little muddled. In that case, she said, how are you born? Giants isn't born, the BFG answered. Giants appears, and that's all there is to it. The simply appears the same as the sun and the stars. And where did you appear? Sophie asked. Now, how on earth could I be knowing a thing like that? Said the BFG. I was so long ago I couldn't count. You mean you don't even know how old you are? No giant is knowing that, the BFG said. All as I knowing about myself is that I is very old, very, very old and crumbly, perhaps as old as the earth. What happens when a giant dies? Sophie asked. Giant is never dying, the BFG answered. Sometimes, and quite suddenly, the giant is disappearing and nobody is ever knowing where he goes to. But mostly us giants is simply going on and on like whistly time twiddles. The BFG was still holding the awesome Snuscambers in his right hand, and now he put one end into his mouth and beat off a huge hunk of it. He started crunching it up, and the noise he made was like crunching of lumps of ice. It's filthy, he spluttered, speaking with his mouth full of spraying large pieces of Snuscambers like bullets in Sophie's direction. Sophie hopped around on the tabletop, ducking out of the way. It's dangerous, the BFG carted. It's sickable, it's rosome, it's mega sweet. Try it yourself, this fulsome Snuscamber. No, thank you, Sophie said, backing away. It's all you're going to be calling around here from now on, so you might as well get used to it, said the BFG. Go on, you nispy little Winky, have a go. Sophie took a small bite nibble. Ugh, she spluttered. Oh no, oh gosh, oh help. She spat it out quickly. It tastes of frog skins. She gasped. And rotten fish. Worse than that, cried the BFG, roaring with laughter. To me, it's tasting of cockroaches and smile wankles. Do we really have to eat it? Sophie said. You do, unless you is wanting to become so thin you will be disappearing into a thick ear. Into a thin ear, Sophie said. A thick ear is something quite different. Once again, that sad, winsome look came into the BFG's eyes. Words, he said, is all such twitch tickling problems to me all my life, so you must simply try to be patient and stop squibbling. As I'm telling you before, I know exactly that words I am wanting to say, but somehow or other there's always getting squiffled around. That happens to everyone, Sophie said. Not like it happened to me, the BFG said. I is speaking the most terrible Wiglish. I think you speak beautifully, Sophie said. You do? Cried the BFG, suddenly brightening. You really do? Simply beautifully? Sophie repeated. Well, that is the nicest present anybody is ever given me in my whole life, cried the BFG. Are you sure he is not tweeting my leg? Of course not, Sophie said. I just love the way you talk. How wondercomp, cried the BFG, still beaming. How whoopsies punkets, how absolutely squiffling. It's all of stutter. Listen, Sophie said, we don't have to eat snuscumbers in the fields around our village. There are all sorts of lovely vegetables, like cauliflowers and carrots. Why don't you get some of those next time you go visiting? The BFG raised his great head proudly in the air. It is a very honorable giant, he said. I would rather be chewing uproot some snuscumbers than snitching things from other people. You stole me, Sophie said. I did not steal you very much, said the BFG, smiling gently. After all, you was only a tiny little girl. The Blood Bottler. Suddenly, a tremendous trumping noise came from outside the cave entrance, and the voice like thunder shouted, Ront, is you there, Ront? Is hearing you, Chaplain? Who is Chaplain Durant? Look out, cried the BFG. It is the Blood Bottler. But before he had finished speaking, the stone was rolled aside, and 50-foot giant, more than twice as tall as wide as the BFG, came striding into the cave. He was naked, except for a dirty little piece of cloth around his bottom. Sophie won on the tabletop. The enormous partly eaten snuscumber was lying near here. She ducked behind it. The creature came clumping into the cave and stood towering over the BFG. Who was you traveling to here just now? He boomed. I is traveling myself, the BFG answered. Pilfillets, shouted the Blood Bottler. Boxwell, he boomed, you is talking to a human being. That's what I thinking. No, no, cried the BFG. Yes, yes, boomed the Blood Bottler. I is guessing you has snitched away human being and brought it back to you, Punko, as a pet. So now I is winking it out and guzzling in extra snacks before my supper. The poor BFG was very nervous. There is no one in there, he stammered. Why don't you have me alone? The blood butler pointed a finger as large as tree trunk as the BFG. Run to little scum screwer, he shouted. Piffling little swinchfiggler, screamy little bottle rat, blunt the little buckwizard. I is now going to search the prime noses. He gobbled the BFG by the arm. And you is going to help me do this. Us together is going to winkle out the tasteful little human being, he shouted. The BFG had intended to whisk Sophie off the table as soon as she got the chance to hide her behind her back, but now there was no hope of doing this. Sophie peered around the chewed-off end of an enormous snozzcumber, watching the two giants as they moved away down the cave. The blood butter was a gruesome sight. Her skin was reddish-brown. There was some black hair sprouting on his chest and arms and on his stomach. The hair on his head was long and dark and tangled. His full face was round and squashy-looking. The eyes were tiny black holes. The nose was small and flat, but the mouth was huge. It spread right across the face, almost ear to ear, and it had lips that were two like gigantic purple frankfurters lying on the top of the other. Great yellow teeth stuck out between the two purple frankfurter lips, and rivers of sleep ran down over the chin. It was not in the least difficult to believe that these ghastly brood ate men, women, and children every night. The blood blutter, still holding the BFG by the arm, was examining the rows and the rows of bottles. And your peopling bottles, he shouted. Why is you putting in them? Nothing that would interest you, the BFG answered. You is only interested in puzzling human beings. And you is study of dog burglar, cried the blood butler. Soon the blood bottle would be coming back, Sophie told herself, and he was bound to search the tabletop. But she couldn't possibly jump off the table. It was 12 feet high. She'd break a leg. The snozzcumber, although it was as thick as pyramid tabler, was not going to hide her if the blood matter picked it up. She examined the chewed-off end. It had large seeds in the middle, each one as big as melon. They were embedded in soft slimy stuff. Taking care to stay out of sight, Sophie reached forward and scooped away half a dozen of these seeds. This left a hole in the middle of the snozzcumbers large enough for her to crouch in snow long as she rolled herself into a ball. She crawled into it. It was a wet, slimy hiding place, but what did that matter if it was going to save her from being eaten? The blood butler and the BFG were coming back towards the table now. The BFG was nearly fainting with fear. Any moment, he was telling himself, Sophie would be discovered and eaten. Suddenly, the blood butler grabbed the half-eaten snozzcumber. The BFG stared at the bare table. Sophie, where is you? He thought desperately. You cannot possibly be tumbling off that high table, so where is you hiding, Sophie? So this is the filthy roastsome club that you're eating, boomed the blood butler, holding up the partly eaten snuscumber. You must be cockles to be causing such sharp squash. For a moment the black bottle seemed to have forgotten about his search of Sophie. The BFG decided to lead him farther off the track. That is, he said, it is a constant, is gravely every night a day. Is he even trying snuscumber, blood butler? Human beings is juicier, the blood butler said. You is talking Ramatot, the BFG said, growing braver by the second. He was thinking that if only he could get the blood butler to take one bite of the repulsive vegetable, the sheer foulness of its flavor would send him billowing out on the cave. It is happy to let you sample it, the BFG went on, but please, when you see how truly scrumptious it is, don't be guzzling the whole thing. Leave me a little snitcher for my supper. The blood butler stared suspiciously with small piggy eyes at a snuscumber. Sophie, crouching inside the chewed-off end, began to tremble all over. You is not switch-feeding me, is you? Said the blood butler. Never, cried the BFG passionately. Take a bite, and then I'm positive you will be shouting out of how scum delicious the Wonderweg is. The BFG could see the greedy blood butler's mouth beginning to water more than ever at the prospect of extra food. Vegetables is very good for you, he went on. It is not wholesome always to be eating meaty things. Just this once, the blood butler said, is going to taste these roast meats of yours. But I warning you that if it's filthsome, it is smashing it over your sluggy little head. He picked up the snuscumber. He began racing it on its long journey to his mouth, some 50 feet up in the air. Sophie wanted to scream, "Don't!" but it would have been an even more certain death. Crouching among the slimy seeds, she felt herself being lifted up and up and up. Suddenly there was a crunch as the blood butler bit a huge hunk off the end. Sophie saw his yellow teeth clamping together a few inches from her head. Then there was utter darkness. She was in his mouth. She got a whiff of his evil-smelling breath. It stank of bad meat. She waited for the teeth to go crunch once more. She prayed that she would be killed quickly. "Ouch!" roared the blood butler. "Ouch!" Andy hissed. All of the great lumps of snuscumber that were in his mouth, as well as Sophie herself, went shooting out across the cave. If Sophie had struck the stony wall of the cave, she would most certainly have been killed. Instead, she hit the soft folds of the BFG black cloak hanging against the wall. She dropped to the ground, half stunned. She crawled on the hem of the cloak, and there she crouched. "You little One burglar, roared the blood butler. You little pig swiller! He rushed at the BFG and smashed that was left on the snuzzcumber over his head. Fragments of the filthy vegetable splashed all over the cave. You is not loving it? The BFG asked innocently, rubbing his head. Loving it? Yelled the blood butler. That is the most dexterous taste that is ever caught in my teeth. You must be pockets to be swallowing sludge like that. Every night you could be galloping off happy as a hamburger and gobbling juicy human beings. Eating human beings, he is wrong and devil, the BFG said. It is ghastly and glumptious, shouted the blood blutter, and tonight I is galloping off the child to swabble a few human child beans. Is you wishing to know why I is choosing chili? I is not wishing to know anything, the BFG said, very frightened. I is choosing chili, the blood butler said, because I is fed up with the taste of Immerse. I is important. I has plenty of qualities in his being. Human beings from child is very chilly. Horrible, the BFG said. You ought to be ashamed. Other giants is all saying they is wanting to gallop off to England tonight to guzzle school children's. The blood butler said, I is very fond indeed of English school children's. They all have nice inky booky flavor. Perhaps I will change my mind and go to England with them. You is disgusting, the BFG said, and you is an insult to the giant peoples, shouted the blood butler. You is not fit to be a giant. You is a squinty little squiddler. You is a pimpling little pisquick. You is a cream puff nut. With that, the horrible blood-bottling giant strode out of the cave. The BFG ran to the cave entrance and quickly rolled the stall back into place. Sophie, he whispered, Sophie, where is you? Sophie! Sophie emerged from under the hem of the black cloak. I'm here, she said. The BFG picked her up and held her tenderly in the palm of his hand. Oh, I'm so happy to be finding you, all you in one lump, he said. I was in his mouth, Sophie said. You was that? Cried the BFG. Sophie told him that what had happened, and where there I was telling him to eat the filsome snuzzcumber. And you was all the time inside it, the BFG cried. Not much fun, Sophie said. Just look at you, you poor little childer, cried the BFG. You is all covered in snuzzcumber, a giant spit. He set about clearing her up as best he could. I is hating those other giants more than ever now, he said. You know what I should like? What? Sophie said. I should like to find a way of disappearing them, every single one. I'm glad to help you, Sophie said. Let me see if I can think up a way of doing it. Frobscottle and twist poppers. By now, Sophie was beginning to feel not only extremely hungry, but very thirsty as well. Had she been at home, she would have finished her breakfast long ago, Are you sure there is nothing else to eat around her except those disgusting smelly snow-skimbers? She asked. Not even a fishwinkle, answered the big friendly giant. In that case, may I please have a little water? She said. Water? Said the BFG, frowning mightily. What is water? We drink it, Sophie said. What do you drink? Frobscottle, announced the BFG. All giants is drinking frobscottle. It is as nasty as your snow-skimbers, Sophie asked. Nasty? Cried the BFG. Never it is a nasty. Frobscottle, it's sweet and jumbly. He got up from his chair and went to a second huge cupboard. He opened it and looked out a glass bottle that must have been 6 feet tall. The liquid inside was pale green, and the bottle was half full. Here's frobscottle, he cried, holding the bottle up out of high, as though it contained some rare wine. Delicious, fizzy frobscottle, he shouted. He gave it a snake, and green stuff began to fizz like mad. But look, it's fizzing the wrong way, Sophie cried. And indeed it was. The bubbles, instead of traveling upwards and bursting on the surface, were shooting downwards and bursting at the bottom. A pale green frothy fizz was forming at the bottom of the bottle. What on earth is he meaning the wrong way? Asked the BFG. In our fizzy drinks, Sophie said, the bubbles must always go up and burst at the top. Upwards in the wrong way, cried the BFG. You mustn't ever be having the bubbles going upwards. That's the most flashbanging rubbish I ever is hearing. Why do you say that? Sophie asked. You is asking me why? Cried the BFG, waving the enormous bottle around as though he were conducting an orchestra. You is actually meaning to tell me you cannot see why it is a Scotty mistake to have the bubbles flying up instead of down? You said it was flashbanging. Now you say it's Scotty. Which is this? Sophie asked politely. Both, cried the BFG. It is a flashbanging and Scotty mistake to let the bubbles go upwards. If you can't see why, you must be a quickie as a duck now. By Ringo, your head must be so full of grusnickers and boswangers, and as figurate if you know how you can think at all. Why shouldn't the bubbles go upward? Sophie asked. I will explain, said the BFG. But tell me first, what name is your calling your frobscottle by? One is Coke, Sophie said, another's Pepsi. There are lots of them. And the bubbles is all going up? They all go up, Sophie said. Catastrophes, cried the BFG. Upgoing bubbles is a catastrophe to poor. Will you please tell me why? Sophie said, if you will listen carefully, I will try to explain, said the BFG, but your brain is so full of backwaffles, I doubt you will ever understand. I'll do my best, Sophie said patiently. Very well then. When you is drinking this cookie, drink of yours, said the BFG. It is going straight down into your tummy, is that right? or is it left? It's right, Sophie said. And the bubbles is going also in your tummy, right or left? Right again, Sophie said. And the bubbles is fizzling upwards. Of course, Sophie said. Which means, said the BFG, that they will all come swish-filling in your throat and out of your mouth and make a balsam belchy burp. That's often true, Sophie said, but what's wrong with a little burp now and again? It's sort of fun. Burping is filsome, the BFG said. Us giants is never doing it. But with your drink, Sophie said, what was you'd called it? Frapscottle, said the BFG. With Frapscottle, Sophie said, the bubbles in your tummy will be going downwards, and that could have a far nastier result. Why nasty? Asked the BFG, frowning. Because, Sophie said, blushing a little, if they go down instead of up, they'll be coming out somewhere else with an even louder and ruder noise. A whiz-popper, cried the BFG, beaming at her. Us giants is making whiz-poppers all the time. Whiz-popping is a sign of happiness. It is a music in our ears. You surely is not telling me that a little whiz-popping is forbidden among human beings? It is considered extremely rude, Sophie said, but your whiz-popping is you not, now and again? Asked the BFG. Everyone is whiz-popping, if that's you call it, Sophie said. Kings and queens are whiz-popping, presidents are whiz-popping, glamorous film stars are whiz-popping, little babies are whiz-popping. But where I come from, it is not polite to talk about it. Redonkulous, said the BFG. If everyone is making whiz-poppers, why they not talk about it? Where's no having a swiggle of this delicious frapscottle, and you will see the happy result. The BFG shook the bottle vigorously. The pale green stuff fizzed and bubbled. He removed the cork and took a tremendous guggling swig. It's glummy, he cried. I love it. For a few moments, the big friendly giant stood quite still, and a look of absolute ecstasy began to spread over his long, wrinkly face. Then suddenly the heavens opened, and he let fly with a series of loudest and rudest noises Sophie had ever heard in their life. They reverberated around the walls of the cave like thunder, and the glass jars rattled on their shelves. But most astonishing of all, the force of the explosions actually lifted the enormous giant clear off his feet like a rocket. Whoopee! He cried when he came down to earth again. Now that's a whiz-popping for you. Sophie burst out laughing. She couldn't help. Have some yourself, cried the BFG, tipping the neck of the enormous bottle towards her. Don't you have a cup? Sophie said. No cups, only bottle. Sophie opened her mouth, and very gently the BFG tipped the bottle forward and poured some of the fabulous frapscottle down her throat. And oh gosh, how delicious it was! It was sweet and refreshing. It tasted of vanilla and cream, with just the faintest trace of raspberries on the edge of the flavor. And the bubbles were wonderful. Sophie could actually feel them bouncing and bursting all around her tummy. It was an amazing sensation. It felt as though hundreds of tiny people were dancing and jigging inside her and tickling her with their toes. It was lovely. "It's lovely," she cried. "Just wait," said a BFG, flapping his ears. Sophie could feel the bubbles traveling lower and lower down her tummy, and then suddenly, inevitably, the explosion came. The trumpet sounded, and she too made the waltz of the cavern ring with a loud and sound of music and thunder. "Bravo!" shouted the BFG, waving the bottle. "You is very good for a beginner. Let's have some more." Journey to the Dream Country. After the Mad Frapscuttle party was over, Sophie settled herself again on top of the enormous table. "You is feeling better now?" asked the big friendly giant. "Much better," Sophie said. "Whenever I is feeling a bit scotty," the BFG said, "I few cups of Frapscuttle is always making me happy again. I must say I'm quite an experience," Sophie said. "It's a rest whistle," the BFG said. "It's glarrumptious." He turned away the toad across the cave and picked up his dream-catching net. "It is galloping off now," he said, "to catch some more whoopee whiffling dreams for my collection. And is going to every day without missing. Is you wishing to come with me?" "Not me, thank you very much," Sophie said. "Not with those other giants lurking outside. I is snuggling you very cozy into the pocket of my waistcoat," the BFG said. "Then no one is seeing you." Before Sophie could protest, she had picked up her off the table and popped into the waistcoat pocket. There was a plenty of room, is there? "It's you wishing for a little hole to peep out from?" he asked her. "There is one here, lady," she said. She had found a small hole in the pocket, and when she put one eye close to it, she could see out very well indeed. She watched the BFG as she bent down and filled his suitcase with empty glass jars. He closed the lid, picked up the suitcase in one hand, took the pole with the net on the other hand, and marched towards the entrance of the cave. As soon as she was outside, the BFG set off across the great, hot yellow wasteland where the blue rocks lay and the dead trees stood and where all the other giants were skulking about. Sophie, squatting low on her heels on the pocket of the leather waistcoat, had one eye glued to the little hole. She saw the group of enormous giants about 300 yards ahead. "Hold your breath," the BFG whispered down to her. "Cross your fingers. Here we go." He is going right past all these other giants. "Is you seeing that whooping great one, the one nearest to us?" "I see him," Sophie whispered back, quivering. "That is the horriblest of them all, and the biggest of them all. He is called the flesh-pounding giant." "I don't want to hear about him," Sophie said. He is 54 feet high, the BFG said softly as he jogged along. And he is swallowing human beans like the sugar lumps, 2 or 3 at a time. You're making me nervous. Sophie said, "I's nervous myself," the BFG whispered. "I always get as jumpy as Cookhoper when the flesh-and-eating giants is around." "Keep away from him," Sophie pleaded. "Not possible," the BFG answered. "He is galloping easily 2 times as quickly as me." "Shall we turn back?" Sophie said. "Turning back is worse," the BFG said. "If they seen me running away, they's all giving chase and throwing rocks." "They would ever eat you though, would they?" Sophie asked. "Giants is never cuddling over giants," the BFG said. "They's fighting and squirreling a lot with each other, but never cuddling. Human beings is more nasty to them." The giants had already spotted the BFG, and all heads were turned, watching him as he jogged forward. He was aiming to pass well to the right of the group. Through her little peephole, Sophie saw the flesh-and-eating giant moving over to intercept them. He didn't hurry. He just sloped over cautiously to a point where the BFG would have to pass. The others slooped after him. Sophie counted 9 of them altogether, and she recognized the blood butler in the middle of them. They were bored. They had nothing to do until nightfall. There was an air of menace about them as they looped slowly across the plain with long looping strides, heading for the BFG. "Here comes the runty one," boomed the flash Peter. "Ho, there, runty one! There is your Splatch winking away to his such healthy hurry. He snatched out an enormous arm and grabbed the BFG by the ear. The BFG didn't struggle. He simply stopped and stood quiet, still, and said, "Be so kind as to be letting go of my hair, Flesh and Peter." The Flesh and Peter released him and stepped back a pace. The other giants stood around waiting for the fun to start. "Now then, you little grub squiffler," boomed the Flesh Plumpeter. "We is all of us wanting to know where you is galloping off to every day in the daytime. Nobody ought to be galloping off to anywhere until it's getting dark. The human beings also could easily be spotting you and starting a game hunt, as we is not wanting to do happened, is we not?" "We is not," shouted the other giants. "Go back to your cave, runty one." "I's not galloping to any human being country," the BFG said. "He's going to other places." "I is thinking," said the Flesh and Peter, "that you's catching human beings and keeping them as pets." "Right you is," cried the Blood Butler. "Just now I is hearing him chittering away to one of them in his cave. You's welcome to go and search my cave from back to pond." The BFG answered, "You can go looking into every crook and nanny. There's no human beings, or strangely beings, or runner beans or jelly beans or any other beans in here. Sophie crouched still as a mouse inside the BFG's pocket. She hardly dared breathe. She was terrified she might sneeze. The slightest sound or movement would give her away. Through the tiny peephole, she watched the giants clustering around the poor BFG. How revolting they were! All of them had picky little eyes, an enormous mouth with thick sausage lips. When the flesh Lampeter was speaking, she got a glimpse of his tongue. It was jet black, like a slab of black stick. Every one of them was more than twice as tall as the BFG. Suddenly, the flesh Lampeter shot out two enormous hands and grabbed the BFG around the waist. He tossed him high in the air and shouted, "Catch him, Mangurer!" The Mangurer caught him. The other giants spread out quickly in a large circle, each giant about 20 yards from his neighbor, preparing for the game they were going to play. Now the Mangurer threw the BFG high and far, shouting, "Catch him, Banner Cruncher!" The Banner Cruncher ran forward and caught the tumbling BFG and immediately swung him up again. "Catch him, Child Chewer!" he shouted, and so it went on. The giants were playing ball with the BFG, weighing with each other to see who would throw him the highest. Sophie dug her nails into the sides of the pocket, trying to prevent herself from tumbling out when he was upside down. She felt as though they were in a peril going over the Niagara Falls. And all the time there was the fearful danger that one of the giants would fail to catch the BFG. He would go crashing to the ground. "Catch him, catch him, catch him, Blood Butler, catch him, Maid Masher." In the end, they got bored with the game. They tumbled the poor BFG on the ground. He was dazed and shattered. They gave him a few kicks and shouted, "Run, you little runt! Let us to be seen how fast you scallowing." The BFG ran. What else could he do? The giants picked up rocks and hurled them after him. He managed to dodge them. "Ruddy little runt!" they shouted. "Droggy little tweed! Shrivelly little shrimp! Mucky little midget! Squaggy little squib! Grubby little grub!" At last the BFG got clear of them all, and in another couple of minutes the pack of giants was out of sight over the horizon. Sophie popped her head up from the pocket. "I didn't like that," she said. "Phew," said the BFG, and far between there was a nasty, crouching mood today, was they not? "I sorry for you was having such a wriggling time." "No worse than you," Sophie said. "Would they ever really hurt you?" "I isn't ever trusting them," the BFG said. "How do they actually catch the human they eat?" Sophie asked. "They is usually just sticking an arm in through the bedroom window and snatching them from their beds," the BFG said. "Like you did to me." "Oh, but I isn't eating you," the BFG said. "How else do they catch them?" Sophie asked. "Sometimes the BFG said. They swimming in from the sea like fishes with only their heads showing above the water, and then out comes a big hairy hand and grabbles someone off the beach. Children as well? Often chittlers, the BFG said, little chittlers, who is building sandcastles on the beach. That is who swimming wants our father. Little chittlers is not so tough to ease, and all grandma so always child-chewing giant. As they talked, the BFG was galloping fast over the land, and Sophie was standing right in it. His waistcoat pocket was now holding onto the edge with both hands. Her hand and shoulder were open, and the wind was blowing in her hair. How else do they catch people? She asked. All of them have their own special ways of catching the human being, the BFG said. The man-tripping giant is preferring to pretend he's a big tree growing in the park. He's standing in the park in the dusky evening, and he's holding great big branches over his head, and there is a wanting until someone happy families is coming to have a picnic under the spreading tree. And the mid-tripping giant is watching them. They lay out their little picnic. But in the end is the mid-tripper who is having the picnic. It's so awful, Sophie cried. The goblin giant is a city lover, the BFG went on. The gizzard gobbler is lying high up between the roofs of houses in the big cities. He is lying there snuggy as a singer and watching the human beings walking on the street below. And then he sees one that looks like it has a wispy good flavor. He grabs it. He is simply reaching down and snatching off its tree like a monkey taking a nut. He says it is nice to be able to pick and choose what you're having for your supper. He says it's like choosing from menu. Don't people see him doing it? Sophie asked. Never is they seen him. Do not forget he is a dusky dark at this time. Also, the gizzard gulper has a very fast arm. His arm is going up and down quicker than Squinkers. But if all these people are disappearing every night, surely there is some sort of an outcry, Sophie said. The world is a whooping big place, the BFG said. It has 100 different countries. The giant is clever. They is careful not to be skidding off the same country too often. There is always witch finding around. Even so, Sophie said, do not forget, the BFG said, that human beings is disappearing everywhere all the time without the giants is guzzling them up. Human beings is killing each other much quicker than the giant is going it. But they don't eat each other, Sophie said. Giant isn't eating each other either, the BFG said. Nor is giants killing each other. Giants is not very lovely, but they is not killing each other. No is crocodile kicking other crocodiles, nor is pussycat killing pussycats. They kill mice, Sophie said. Ah, but they's not killing their own kind, the BFG said. Human beings is the only animals that is killing their own kind. Don't poisonous snakes kill each other? Sophie asked. She was searching desperately for another creature that behaved as badly as the human. Even poisonous snakes is never killing each other, the BFG said. Nor is the most fearsome creatures like tigers and rhinoceros. None of them is ever killing their own kind. Has he ever thought about that? Sophie kept silent. I's not understanding human beings at all, the BFG said. You, as a human being, and you saying it's a grisling and horrendous for giants to be eating human beings, right or left? Right, Sophie said. But human beings is squishing each other all the time, the BFG said. They shooting guns and going up in airplanes to drop their bombs on each other's heads every week. Human beings is always killing other human beings. He was right. Of course he was right, and Sophie knew it. She was beginning to wonder whether humans were actually any better than giants. Even so, she said, defending her own race, I think it's rotten that those faux giants should go off every night to eat humans. Humans have never done them any harm. That is what the little piggy wig is saying every day. The BFG answered. He is saying I has never done any harm to the human being, so why should be eating me? Oh dear, Sophie said, the human beings is making rules to suit themselves. The BFG went on, but the rules they is making do not suit the little piggy wiggles. Am I right or left? Right, Sophie said. Giants is also making rules. Their rules is not suiting the human beings. Everybody is making his own rules to suit himself. But you don't like it that those beastly giants are eating humans every night, do you? Sophie asked. I do not, the BFG answered firmly. One right is not making two lefts. You is quite cozy down there in my pocket. I'm fine, Sophie said. Then suddenly, once again, the BFG went into the magical top gear of his. He began hurrying forward with phenomenal leaps. His speed was unbelievable. The landscape became blurred, and again Sophie had to duck down out of the whistling gale to save her head from being blown off her shoulders. She crouched in the pocket and listened to the wind screaming past. It came nothing as though the tiny people in the pocket and whooshed around her like a hurricane. But this time the BFG didn't stay in top gear long. It seemed as though he had had some berries to cross a vast mountains, perhaps, or the ocean, or a great desert, but haven't crossed it. He had once again slowed down to his normal gallop, and Sophie was able to bob her hand up and look out once more at the view. She noticed immediately that they were now in an altogether paler country. The sun had disappeared above a film of vapor. The air was becoming cooler every minute. The land was flat and treeless, and there seemed not to be no color eating at all. She noticed immediately, and every minute the mist became the thicker. The air became colder still, and everything became paler and paler until soon she was nothing but grey and white all around them. They were in a country of swirling mists and ghostly vapours. There was some sort of glass underfoot, but it was not green, it was as ashy grey. There was no sight of a living creature, and so no sound at all except for the soft thud of the BFG footsteps as he halted on through the fog. Suddenly he stopped. "We is here at last," he announced. He went down and lifted Sophie from his pocket and put her on the ground. She was still in her nightie and her feet were bare. She shivered and started around at her whirling mists and gaudy vapours. "Where are we?" she asked. "We is in a dream country," the BFG said. "This is where all dreams is beginning." Dream catching. The big friendly giant put the suitcase on the ground. He bent down low so that his enormous face was close to Sophie's. "From now on, he's keeping as still as winky little mice," he whispered. Sophie nodded. The misty vapor swirled around her. It made her cheeks damp and left dew drops in her hair. The BFG opened the suitcase and took out several empty glass jars. He set them ready on the ground with their screw-top remote. Then he stood up very straight. His head was now high up in the swirling mists, and it kept disappearing, then appearing again. He was holding the long net in his right hand. Sophie, staring upwards, saw through the mist that his colossal ears were beginning to swivel out from his head. They began waving gently to and fro. Suddenly, the BFG pounced. He leaped high in the air and swung the net through the mist with a great swishing sweep of his arm. "Got him!" he cried. A jar, quick, give me a jar!" Sophie picked up a jar and held it up to him. He grabbed hold of it. He lowered the net. Very carefully, he tipped something absolutely invisible from the net into the jar. He dropped the net and swiftly clapped one hand over the jar. "The top," he whispered. "The jar too quick." Sophie picked the screw top and handed it to him. He screwed it on tight and the jar was closed. The BFG was very excited. He held the jar close to one ear and listened intently. "It's a wing squiffler," he whispered with a thrill in his voice. It's even better. It's Phil's wizard. It's a golden fizz wizard." Sophie stared at him. Oh my, he said, holding the jar in front of him. "This will be giving some little toddler a very happy night when I is blowing in it." "Is it really a good one?" Sophie asked. A good one, he cried. It is a golden fish wizard. Is it not as often as I get in one of these? He handed the jar to Sophie and said, Please be still as a starfish now. I is thinking there may be a whole swarm of fizzwords up here today, and do kindly stop breathing. You is terribly noisy down there. I haven't moved a muscle, Sophie said. Then don't, the BFG answered sharply. Once again he stood up, tall in the mist, holding his net at the ready. Then came the long silence, the waiting, the listening, and at last, with surprise and sadness, came the leap and the swish of the net. Another jar, he cried. Quick, quick, quick! Then the second dream was safety in the jar, and the top was screwed down. The PFG held into his ear. When the second dream was safety in the jar, and the top was screwed down, the BFG held it to his ear. Oh no, he cried. One means my maggots. Oh, swipe my swogglers. What's the matter? Sophie asked. It's a trochlamter, he shouted. His voice was filled with fury and anguish. Oh, save our souls, he cried. Deliver us from whistles. The evil stands in my tipter. What are you talking to? Sophie said. The BFG was getting more distressed every moment. Or bash my A-bones, he cried, waving the jar in the air. I come all this way to get lovely golden dreams, and what is I catching? What are you catching? Sophie said. I is catching a ransom, trochlamter, he cried. This is a bad, bad dream. It is a worse than a bad dream. It is a nightmare. Oh dear, Sophie said. What would you do with it? I's never letting it go, the BFG cried. If I do, then some poor little toddler will be having the most card-bloodling time. This one was the real Kixie Bug Thumper. Eyes exploding as soon as I get home. Nightmares are horrible, Sophie said. I had one at once, and I woke up sweating all over. With this one you would be waking up screaming all over, the BFG said. This one would make your teeth stand on end. If this one got into you, your blood would be freezing for icicles and your skin would go creeping across the floor. Is it as bad that? It's worse, cried the BFG. This is a real whoopsie crop switcher. You said it was a trochlamter, Sophie told me. It is a trochlamter, cried the exasperated BFG, but it is also a bug trumper and a crop switcher. It is all the three riddle into one. Oh, I is so glad I is clutching it tight. Hi, you wicked bits, you, he cried, holding up the jar and staring into it. Never more is you're going to be bung-boggling, but poor little human beanie toddlers. Sophie, who was also staring into the glass jar, cried out, I can see it. There is something in here. Of course there is something in here, the BFG said. You's looking at the frightsome trochlamter. But you told me dreams were invisible. They is always invisible until they is captured, the BFG told her. After then they loosen a little of their invisibility. We see in this one very clearly. Inside the jar, Sophie could see faint scarlet outline of something that looked like a mixture between the blob of gas and bubble of jelly. It was moving violently, thrashing against the sides of the jar and forever changing shape. "It is wiggling all over the place," Sophie cried. "It's fighting to get out. It'll bat itself to bits." "The nastier the dream, the angrier it is getting when it's in prison," the BFG said. "It is the same as with wild animals. If an animal is very fierce and if you're putting it in the cage, it will make a tremendous rumble-dumps. If it's a meese animal like a cockatoo or a fogle-trump, it will be sit quietly. Dreams is exactly the same. This one is one nasty, fierce, bog-trotting nightmare. Just look at him splashing himself against the glass." "It's quite frightening," Sophie said. "I would be hunting to get this one inside me on dark some night," the BFG said. "So would I," Sophie said. The BFG started putting the bottles back into the suitcase. "Is that all?" Sophie asked. "Are we going?" It is so upset by this drug lamping, bug-dumping gobswitcher, the BFG said, that I is not wishing to go on. Dream catching is be finished for today. Soon Sophie was back to the waistcoat pocket and the BFG was racing home as fast as he could do. Then at last they emerged out of the mist and came again into the hot yellow wasteland, and the other giants were sprawled out on the ground fast asleep. A trouble hunter for the fleshlamp beater. They is always having 50 wings before they goes scampering off to the hunt human beings in the evening, the BFG said. He stopped for a few moments to let Sophie have a better look. Giants is only sleeping every then and now, he said. Not really as much as human beings. Human beings is crazy for sleeping. It is ever occurring to you that the human beings is a 50s, spending about 20 years sleeping fast? I must admit that never occurred to me, Sophie said. You should allow it to occur you, the BFG said. Imagine it, please. This human beings who says is a 50 has been fast asleep for 20 years and is not even knowing where it is. Not even doing anything, not even thinking. It's a funny, though, Sophie asked. Exactly, the BFG said. So, what I is trying to explain to you is that a human being who says he's a 50 is not 50, he's an only 30. What about me? Sophie said. I am 8. You is not 8 at all, the BFG said. Human being babies and little children is spending half their time sleeping, so you is only 4. I'm 8, Sophie said. You may think you're 8, the BFG said, but you has only spent 4 years of your life with your little eyes open. You is only 4, and please stop higging me. Teach a little Snappy weepers like you should not be hidden around with a long cage in onions who's hundreds of years more than you. How much do giants sleep? Sophie asked. They's never wasting much time snuzzling, the BFG said. 2 or 3 hours is enough. When do you sleep? Sophie asked. Even less, the BFG answered. I is sleeping only once in a blue baboon. Sophie, peeping out from the pocket, examined the 9 sleeping giants. They look even more grotesque now than they were awake. Sprawled out across the yellow plain, they covered an area about the size of a football field. Most of them were lying on their backs with their enormous mouth wide open, and they were snoring like frogs. The noise was awful. Suddenly, the BFG gave a jump in the air. By gum frog, he cried, it is just having the most whoopee sniffling idea. What? Sophie said. Wait, he cried, hold your horse feathers, keep your skin on. Just you wait to see what I is going to bring about. He galloped off fast to his cave with Sophie hanging on tight to the rim of the pocket. He rolled back the stone. He entered the cave. He was very excited. He was moving quickly. You stay where you is my pocket, Huggabee, he said. He is going the lovely bit of beeswaxing both together. He laid aside the dream catching you, but hung on to the suitcase. He ran across to the other side of the cave and grabbed the long trumpet thing, the one he had been carrying when Sophie had first seen him in the village. With the suitcase in one hand and the trumpet in the other, he dashed out the cave. What is he up to now? Sophie wondered. Keep your head up good, the BFG said. When you will get a fine winkle of what is going on. When the BFG came near to the sleeping giants, he slowed his pace. He began moving softly. He crept on his toes towards the ugly brutes. They were still snoring loudly. They looked repulsive, filthy, diabolical. The BFG tiptoed around them. He went past the gizzard gulper, the blood bottler, the meat treater, and the child chewer. Then he stopped. He had reached the flesh on Peter. He pointed at him. Then he looked down at Sophie and gave her a big wink. He knelt on the ground and very quietly he opened the suitcase. He looked out of it this glass jar containing the terrible nightmarish Drachenhopter. At the point, Sophie guessed what was going to happen next. Ouch, she thought. This could be rather dangerous. She crouched lower in the pocket so that only the top of her head and her eyes were showing. She wanted to be ready to duck out of sight very fast should anything go wrong. They were about 10 feet away from the flesh on Peter's face. The snoring noise he was making was disgusting, Every now and again a big bubble of spit formed between his two open lips, and man, it would burst with a splash and cover his face with saliva. Taking infinite care, the BFG unscrewed the top of the glass jar and dipped the squiggling, squirming, faintly scarlet trochlean butter into the white end of his long trumpet. He put the other end of the trumpet to his lips. He aimed the instrument directly at a Flashlamp Peter's face. He looked a deep breath puffed out of his cheeks, and then woof, he blew. Sophie saw a flash of pale red go darting towards the giant's face. For a split second it hovered above the face. Then it was gone. It seemed to have been sucked up the giant's nose, but it had all happened so quickly, Sophie couldn't be sure. "We had better be skittling away quick to where it is safe," the BFG whispered. He trotted off for about 100 yards, then he stopped. He crouched to the earth. "Now," he said, "we is waiting for the gun and flames to begin." They didn't have long to wait. The air was suddenly pierced by the most fearful roar Sophie had ever heard, and she saw the Flashlamp Peter's body, all 54 feet of it, rise up off the ground and fall back again with a thump. When it began to wriggle and twist and bounce about in the most violent fashion, it was quite frightening to watch. "Ew!" roared Flashlamp Peter. "Ow! Ew!" "He's still asleep," the BFG whispered. "The terrible trochlean nightmare is beginning to hit him." "Serves him right," Sophie said. She could feel no sympathy to his great brood who ate children as though they were sugar lumps. "Save us!" screamed the Flashlamp Peter, thrashing about madly. "He's after me! He's getting me!" The thrashing of limbs and the waving of arms became more violent by the second. It was an awesome thing to watch, such a massive creature having such mighty convulsions. "It's Jack!" bellowed the Flashlamp Peter. "It's the grateful, crunchish Jack! Jack is after me! Jack is swag-cracking me! Jack is spiking me! Jack is splash-bulking me! It isn't a terrible nightmare. The Flashlamp Peter was riding about over ground like some colossal tortured snake. "Oh, spare me, Jack!" he yelled. "Don't hurt me, Jack!" "Who is the Jack he's on about?" Sophie whispered. "Jack is the only human being all giants is frightened of," the BFG told her. "They is all absolutely terrified of Jack. They is all hearing that Jack is a famous giant killer." "Save me!" screamed the Flashlamp Peter. "Have mercy on this poor little giant. The beanstalk, he is coming at me with his terrible spike-sticking beanstalk. Take it away! It is begging you, Jack. I pray not to touch me with your terrible spike-sticking beanstalk." "Us giants," the BFG whispered, "is not knowing very much about this dreaded human being called Jack. He is knowing only that he is a famous giant killer and that he is owning something called a beanstalk. We is knowing also that a beanstalk is a fearsome thing and Jack is using it to kill giants. Sophie couldn't stop smiling. "What is your crickling at?" the BFG asked her, slightly nettled. "I'll tell you later," Sophie said. The awful nightmare had now gripped the great brute to such an extent that he was tying his whole body into knots. "Do not do it, Jack," he screeched. "I was not eating you, Jack. I has never eaten human beings. I swear I has never gobbled a single human being in all my wholesome life." "Liar," said BFG. Just then, on the Flashlampeter's flaming face caught the still fast asleep, mad-dripping giant smack in the mouth. At the same time, one of these furiously thrashing legs kicked the snoring, gyroscoping giant right in the guts. Both the injured giants woke up and leaped to their feet. "He's swinging me right in the mouth," yelled the meat-driper. "He's bunk-working me smack in the guts," shouted the Kizarnglopper. The two of them rushed at the Flashlampeter and began pounding him with their fists and feet. The wretched Flashlampeter woke up with a bang. He awoke straight from the one nightmare into another. He roared into a battle, and in the bellowing, tramping rough and tumble that followed, one sleeping giant after another either got stepped upon or kicked. Soon all 9 of them were on their feet, having the most lively free-for-all. They punched and kicked and scratched and beat and battered each other as hard as they could. Blood blowed, noses went crunch, teeth fell out like hailstones. The giant roared and screamed and crushed, and for many minutes the noise of battle rolled across the yellow plain. The BFG smiled, a big wide smile of absolute pleasure. "I is loving it when they are all having a good tough and rumble," he said. "They will kill each other," Sophie said. "Never," the BFG answered. "Those beasts is always pishing and walloping at one another. Soon it will be getting dusky and they will be galloping off to fill their tummies." "They're coarse and full and filthy," Sophie said. "I hate them." As the BFG headed back to the cave, she said quietly, "We certainly was putting the nightmare to good use enough, wasn't we?" "Excellent use," Sophie said. "Well done, you." Dreams. The big friendly giant was seated at the great table in his cave and he was doing his homework. Sophie sat cross-legged on the tabletop nearby, watching him at work. The glass jar containing the one and only good dream they had caught that day stood between them. The BFG, with great care and patience, was printing something on a piece of paper with an enormous pencil. "What are you writing?" Sophie asked him. "Every dream is having its special label on the bottle," the BFG said. "How else could I be finding the one I'm waiting in a hurry? But can you really and truly tell what sort of a dream it's going to be simply by listening to it?" Sophie asked. "I can," the BFG said, not looking up. But how? Is it by the way it hums and buzzes? You is less or more right, the BFG said. Every dream in the world is making a different sort of buzzy hum music, and this grand swashbuckling ears of mine is able to read that music. By music, do you mean tunes? It's not meaning tunes. What do you mean? Human beings is having their own music, right or left? Right, Sophie said. Lots of music. And sometimes human beings is very overcome when they are hearing wondrous music. They is getting shivers down their spindles, right or left? Right, Sophie said. So the music is saying something to them. It is sending a message. I do not think the human beings is knowing what the message is, but they's loving it just the same. That's about right, Sophie said. But because of these gem-squiffling ears of mine, the BFG said, I is not only able to hear the music that dreams is making, but I is understanding it also. What do you mean, understanding it? Sophie said. I can read it. The BFG said. It talks to me. It's like a language. I find that just a little hard to believe, Sophie said. I'll bet you is also finding it hard to believe in Gunwinkles, the BFG said, and how they are visiting us from the stars. Of course I don't believe that, Sophie said. The BFG regarded her gravely with those huge eyes of his. I hope you will forgive me, he said, if I'll tell you what human beings is thinking. They's very clever, but they is not. They's nearly all of them nutrimers and squeak peeps. I beg your pardon, Sophie said. The matter with human beings, the BFG went on, that they is absolutely refusing to believe in anything unless they is actually seeing it right in front of their own shunsels. Of course, Gogwinkles is existing. I is meeting them oftenly. I is even chittering to them. He turned away contemptuously from Sophie and resumed his writing. Sophie moved over to read what he had written so far. The letters were printed big and bold, but not very well formed. Is that it said, the dream is about how I is saving my teacher from drowning. I is giving into the river from a high bridge, and I is dragging my teacher to the bank, and then I is giving him this kiss of death. The kiss of what? Sophie asked. The BFG stopped writing and raised his head slowly. His eyes rested on Sophie's face. I is telling you once before, he said quietly, that I is never having a chance to go to school. I is full of mistakes. They is not my fault. I do my best. I is lonely little girl, but please remember that you is not exactly know everything yourself. I'm sorry, Sophie said. I really am. It is very rude of me to keep correcting you. The BFG gazed at her for a while longer, then he bent his head again to his slow, laborious writing. Tell me honestly, Sophie said, if you blew this dream into my bedroom when I was asleep, would I really and truly start dreaming about how I saved my teacher from drowning by diving off the bridge? More, the BFG said, a lot more. But I cannot be scribbling the whole group flunking dream on a teachy bit of paper. Of course there is more. The BFG laid down his pencil and placed on massive ear close to the jar. For about 30 seconds he listened intently. Yes, he said, nodding his great head solemnly up and down. This dream is continuing very nice. It has a very dirty, hunky ending. How does it end? Sophie said. Please tell me. You should be dreaming, the BFG said. That morning, after you saving the teacher from the river, you is arriving at school and you seeing all the 500 pupils sitting in the assembly hall, and all the teachers as well. And the head teacher is then standing up and saying, I is wanting the whole school to give 3 cheers for Sophie because she's so brave and is saving the life. To give 3 cheers if our fine arithmetic teacher, Mr. Vickers, who was unfortunately pushed off the bridge into the river by our gym teacher, Miss Amelia Epscotch. So there, cheers for Sophie, and the whole school is then cheering like mad and shouting bravo, well done, and forever after that, even when you is getting your sums all gone whistled and muggled up, Mr. Figgins is always giving you 10 out of 10 and writing good work, Sophie, in your exercise book. Then you is waking up. I like that dream, Sophie said. Of course you like it, the BFG said. It is a whiz wizard. He licked the back of the label and stuck it into the jar. It is usually written a bit more than on the labels, he said. But you is watching me and making me jumpsy. I'll go and sit somewhere else, Sophie said. Don't go, he said. Look at the jar carefully, and I think you'll be seeing this dream. Sophie peered into the jar, and this, sure enough, shows the faint, translucent outline of something about the size of a hen's egg. There was just a touch of color in it, a pale sea green, soft and shimmering and very beautiful. There it all lay, the small oblong sea green jellyfish thing at the bottom of the jar. Quite peaceful, but pulsing gently, the whole of it moving in and out ever so slightly, as though it were breathing. It's moving, Sophie cried. It's alive. Of course it is alive. What will you feed it on? Sophie asked. That's cruel. It's not needing any food. Everything in life needs good food of some sort, even trees and plants. The north wind is alive, the BFG said. It's moving. It touches you on the cheek and on your hands, but nobody is feeding it. Sophie was silent. This extraordinary giant was as drop in her ideas. He seemed to be leading her towards mysteries that there were beyond her understanding. Her dream is not needing anything, the BFG went on. If it is a good one, it is waiting peaceably forever until it is released and allowed to do its job. If it's a bad one, it is always finding you to get out. The BFG stood up and walked over to one of the many shelves and placed the latest jar among the thousands of others. "Please, can I see some of the other dreams?" Sophie asked. The BFG hesitated. "Nobody's ever seen them before," he said, "but perhaps, after all, I's letting you have a little peep." He picked up her off the table and stood her on the palm of one of his huge hands. He carried her towards the shelves. "Over there, some of the good dreams," he said. "The Fizz Wizards." "Would you hold me closer so I can read the labels?" Sophie said. "My label is only telling bits of it." Sophie started to read the labels. The first one seemed long enough to her. It went right around the jar, and as she read it, she had to keep turning the jar. That is what it said. "Today, I is sitting in class, and I discover that if I is staring very hard at my teacher in a special way, I isn't able to put her to sleep. So I keep staring at her, and the fast and her drops onto her desk, and she goes fast asleep and snorkes loudly. Then it marches the head teacher, and he shouts, 'Wake up, Miss Plumridge! How dare you go to sleep in class? Go fetch your head and coat and leave the school forever. You is sacked.' But in a 50 I was put in the hand of teacher to sleep as well, and he just crumpled slowly to the floor like a lump of jelly, and there he lies all its heap and stars, snorkeling even louder than Miss Plumridge. And then I is hearing my mommy's voice saying, 'Wake up, your breakfast is ready.'" "What a funny dream," Sophie said. "It's ring beller," the BFG said. "It's whoopsie." Inside the jar, just below the edge of the label, Sophie could see put to sleep dream, lying peacefully on the bottom, pulsing gently, stickering like the other one, but perhaps a trifle larger. Inside the jar, just below the edge of the label, Sophie could see the put to sleep dream, lying peacefully on the bottom, pulsing gently, sea green like the other one, but perhaps a trifle larger. "Do you have separate dreams for boys or for girls?" Sophie asked. "Of course," the BFG said. "If I is given a girl's dream to a boy, even if it was a really whoopsie girl's dream, the boy would be making up and thinking what a bolting green-sliding old dreams that was." "Boys would," Sophie said. "This here is all girls' dreams on the shelf," the BFG said. "Can I read a boy's dream?" "You can," the BFG said, and he lifted her to the higher shelf. The label on the nearest boy's dream jar reads as follows: "I is making myself a marvelous pair of suction boats, and when I put them on is a label to walk straight up the kitchen wall and across the ceiling. Well, it is walking upside down on the ceiling when my big sister comes in, and she's starting to yell at me, as she always does, yelling what on earth you's doing up there walking on the ceiling, and it looks down at her and smiles I says, I told you you was driving me up the wall and now you has done it. I find that one rather silly, Sophie said. Boys wouldn't, the BFG said, grinning. It's another ring beller. Perhaps you have seen enough now. Let me read another boys one, Sophie said. The next label said. The telephone rings in your house, and my father picks it up and says he's a very important telephone voice, Simpkins speaking. This his face goes white and his voice goes all funny and he says, What? Who? And then he says, Yes, sir, I understand, sir, but surely it is me you's wishing to speak to, sir, not my little son. My father's face is going from white to dark purple, and he is gulping like he has a lobster stuck in his throat, and then at least he is saying, Yes, sir, very well, sir. I will get him, sir. And he turns to me, and he says in a rather respectful voice, Is you knowing the President of the United States? And I says, No, but I expect he's caring about me. Then I is having a long talk on the phone and saying things like, Let me make care of it, my President. You'll bundle it all if you are do it your own way. And my father's eyes is goggling right out of his head, and that's when he's hearing my father's real voice saying, Get up, you lazy slop, or you'll be late for school. Boys are crazy, Sophie said. Let me read this next one. Sophie started reading the next label. I's having a bath, and I discovering that if I press quite hard on my tummy bottom, a funny feeling comes over me, and I suddenly my legs is not there, nor is my arms. In fact, I has become absolutely invisible all over. I is still there, but no one can see me, not even myself. So my mummy comes, and I says, Where is that child? He is in the bath, I mean to go, and he can't possibly have washed himself properly. So I says, Here it is. And she says, Where? And I says, Here. And he says, Where? And I says, Here. And she yells, Henry, come up quick. And then my daddy rushes, and I is washing myself, and my daddy sees the soap floating around in the air, but of course he is not seeing me, and he shouts, Where are you, boy? And I says, Here. And he says, Where? And I says, Here. And he says, Where? And he says, The soap, boy, the soap. It's flying in the air. Then I press my tummy button again, and now I is visible. My daddy is squealing with excitement, and he says, You is the invisible boy. And I says, Now I is going to have some fun. So then I is out of the bath, and I have breathed myself. I put on my dressing gown and I slippers, and I press my tummy button again to become invisible. And I go down into the town and walk in the streets. Of course, only me is invisible, but not the things I is wearing. So when people is seeing a dressing gown and slippers floating along the street with nobody in is there, in a panic with everybody yelling. And he lets out a fright storm howl and dashes back into the pub, and then I is waking up and feeling happy as a wisp-quilter. Pretty ridiculous, Sophie said. All the same, she couldn't resist reaching down and pressing her own tummy button to see if it worked. Nothing happened. Dreams is very mystical things, the BFG said. Human means is not understanding them at all. Not even their brainiest professors is understanding them. Have you seen enough? Just this last one, Sophie said. This one here, she started reading. I has written a book, and it is so exciting, nobody can put it down. As soon as you has read the first line, you is so hooked on it you cannot stop until the last page. In all the cities, people is walking in the streets, bumping into each other because their faces is buried in my book, and dentist is reading and trying to feel teeth at the same time, but nobody minds because they is all reading into in the dentist chair. Drivers is reading it while driving, and cars is crashing all the country. Brain surgeon is reading it while they is operating on brains, and airline pilots is reading it and going to Timbuktu instead of London. Football players is reading it on the field because they can't put it down, and so is Olympic runners while they is running. Everybody has to see what is going to happen next in my book, and then I wake up, I still tingling with excitement and being at the greatest reader the world has ever known, until my mummy comes in and says, I was looking at your English exercise book last night, and really your sleeping is trash, so is your punctuation. That's enough for now, the BFG said. There is dalliance more, but my arm is getting tired of holding you up. What all is those over there? Sophie said. Why have they got such tiny labels? That, the BFG said, it because one day I is catching so many dreams, I is not having the time or energy to write out long labels. But there is enough to remind me. Can I look? Sophie said. The long-suffering BFG carried her across the jars she was pointing to. Sophie read them rapidly, after the other. I is climbing Mount Everest with my pussycat for company. I is inventing a car that runs on toothpaste. I is able to make the electric lights go on and off just by wishing it. I is only an 8-year-old little boy, but I is growing a splendid bushy beard, and all the other boys are jealous. I is able to jump out of any high window and float down safely. I has a pet bee that makes rock and roll music, then it flies. What amazes me, Sophie said, is how you ever learned to write in the first place. Oh, said the BFG, I has been wondering how long is it before you is asking me that. Considering you never went to school, I think it's quite marvelous. Sophie said, how did you learn? The BFG crossed the cave and opened a tiny secret door in the wall. He took out a loop, very old and tattered. But human standards, it was an ordinary size book, but it looked like a postage stamp in his huge hand. One night, he said, I is blowing a dream through a window, and I sees this book lying on the little boy's bedroom table. I wanted it so very badly, you understand, but I is refusing to steal it. I would never do that. So how did you get it? Sophie asked. I borrowed it. The BFG said, smiling a little. Just for a short time I borrowed it. How long have you had it? Sophie asked. Perhaps only about 80 years, the BFG said. And that's how you taught yourself to write? Sophie asked him. I's reading it hundreds of times, the BFG said. I's is still reading it and teaching new words to myself and how to write them. I's the most delicious story. Sophie took the book out of his hand. Nicholas Nickleby, she read aloud. By Charles Jenkins, the BFG said. By who? Just when she came a tremendous noise of gallowing. Feet above from outside the cave. What's that? Sophie cried. That is all the giants zip-feeding off the other country to guzzle human beings, the BFG said. He quickly popped Sophie into his waistcoat pocket, then hurried to the cave entrance and rolled back the stone. Sophie, peeping out on her spy hole, saw all 9 of the fearsome giants coming past at full gallop. Where is Europe tonight? Shouted the BFG. We is all of us flash bunking off to England tonight, answered the flash pump-eater as they went galloping past. England is a lecture's land, and we's fancying a few nice little English chidlers. I shouted the maid masher. Is knowing where there's giggle house for girls, and I gizzled myself full of fruit blower. And I knows where there are poggle box for boys, shouted the jazzard glopper. All I has to do is search in and grab myself a handful. English boys is tasting extra liquishy. In a few seconds, the 9 galloping giants were out of sight. What did he mean? Sophie said, poking his head out of the pocket. What is jiggle house for girls? He's meaning a girls' school, the BFG said. He will be eating them by bundle. Oh no, cried Sophie. And boys from a boys' school, said the BFG. It mustn't happen, Sophie cried out. We've got to stop them. We can't just sit here and do nothing. There's not a thing we can do, said the BFG. We is helpless as horse feathers. He sat down on a large, craggy blue rock near the entrance to his cave. He took Sophie from his pocket and pulled her beside him on the rock. It is now quite safe for you to be outside until they is coming back, he said. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and it was getting dark. The great plan. We've absolutely got to stop them, Sophie cried. Put me back in your pocket, quick, and we'll chase after them and warn everybody in England they are coming. Ridiculous and impossible, the BFG said. They is going 2 times as fast as me, and there is fish in their guzzle before he's halfway. But we can't just sit here doing nothing, Sophie cried. How many girls and boys are they going to eat tonight? Many, the BFG said. The flesh lump-eating giant alone has a most squattling whoopsie appetite. Will he snatch them out of their beds while they are sleeping, like peas out of the puddle? The BFG said. I can't bear to think of it, Sophie cried. Then don't, the BFG said. For years and years I sitting here on this very rock every night after night, then they's galloping away, and I's feeling so sad for that all the human beings they's going to gobble up. But I has to get used to it. There is nothing I can do. If I wasn't a teachy little runty giant, only 24 feet high, then I would be stopping them. But that it is absolutely out of the window. Do you always know where they are going? Sophie asked. Always, the BFG said. Every night they is yelling at me as they go plodding past. The other day they was yelling we's off to Mississippi and Missouri to guzzle them both. Disgusting, Sophie said. I hate them. She and the big friendly giant sat quietly side by side on the blue rock in the gardening dusk. Sophie had never felt so helpless in her life. After a while, she stood up and cried out, I can't stand it. Just think of those poor girls and boys who are going to be eaten alive in a few hours. We can't just sit here and do nothing. We've got to go after those brutes. No, the BFG said. We must, Sophie cried. Why don't you go? The BFG sighed and shook his head firmly. I has told you 5 or 6 times, he said. And I, the third, will be the last. I's never showing myself to human beings. Why ever not? If I do, they will be putting me in the zoo with all the stuff. Nonsense, Sophie said, and they will be sending you straight to an orphanage, the BFG went on. Grown-up human beings is not famous for their kindnesses. There's all squirrel floaters and green sludgers. That simply is not true, Sophie cried angrily. Some of them are very kind indeed. Who? The BFG said. Name one. The Queen of England, Sophie said. You can't call her. Well, the BFG said, you can't call her a squeak-squeak or a nutmudger either, Sophie said, getting angrier and angrier. The flesh lump-eater is longing dearly to guzzle her up, the BFG said, smiling a little now. Who's the Queen? Sophie cried aghast. Yes, the BFG answered. Flesh Lump-Eater says he's never eaten a queen, and he thinks perhaps she's had an especially nice flavor. How dare he? Sophie cried. But Flesh Lump-Eater says there is too many soldiers around her palace, and he daresn't try it. He'd better not, Sophie said. He is also saying he would like very much to guzzle one of the soldiers in his pretty red suit, but he is worried about those big black fury hats they is wearing. He thinks they must be sticking in his throat. I hopes he chokes, Sophie said. Flesh Lump-Eater is a very careful giant, the BFG said. Sophie was silent for a few moments. Then suddenly, in a voice filled with excitement, she cried out, I've got it! By golly, I think I've got it! Got what? Asked the BFG. The answer, cried Sophie. "We'll go to the Queen. It's a terrific idea. If I went and told the Queen about those disgusting men eating giants, I'm sure he'd do something about it." The BFG looked down at her sadly and shook his head. "She's never believing you," he said. "Never in a month of Mondays." "I think she would." "Never," the BFG said. "It is sounding such a wonky tall story. The Queen will be laughing and saying, 'What an awful rubsquash.'" "She would not." "Of course she would," the BFG said. "I has told you before the human beings is simply not believing in giants." "Then it's up to us to find a way of making her believe in them," Sophie said. "And now is you getting in to see the Queen anyway?" the BFG asked. "Now, hold on a sec," Sophie said. "Just you hold a sec before I've got another idea." "Your ideas are full of grotworgle," the BFG said. "Not is not one," Sophie said. "You say that if we will tell the Queen, she would never believe us." "It is certain she wouldn't," the BFG said. "But we aren't going to tell her," Sophie said exactly. "We don't have to tell her. We'll make her dream it." "That is an ever more front-bungling suggestion," the BFG said. "Dreams is lots of fun, but nobody is believing in dreams either. You is only believing in a dream while you is actually dreaming it. But as soon as you is waking up, you're saying, 'Oh, thank goodness it was only a dream.'" "Don't worry about that part of it," Sophie said. "I can fix it." "Never can you fix it," the BFG said. "I can, I swear I can. But first of all, let me ask you a very important question. Here it is. Can you make a person dream absolutely anything in the world?" "Anything you like," the BFG said profoundly. "If I said I wanted to dream that I was in a flying bathtub with silver wings, could you make me dream it?" "I could," the BFG said. "But how?" Sophie said. "You obviously don't have exactly that dream in your collection." "I do not," the BFG said, "but I could soon be mixing it up." "How could you mix it up?" "It is a little bit like mixing a cake," the BFG said. "You is putting the right amounts of all the different things into it. You is making the cake some out any way you want, sugary, spongy, currantly, Christmassy, or globswitchy, if it is the same with dreams." "Go on," Sophie said. "I has Dylan's of dreams on my shelves, right or left?" "Right," Sophie said. "I has dreams about bathtubs, lots of them. I had dreams about silver wings. I has dreams about flying, so all I has to do is mix those dreams together in the proper way, and I's very quickly making a dream where you's flying in a bathtub with silver wings." "I see what you mean," Sophie said, "but I didn't know you could mix one dream with another." "Dreams like being mixed," the BFG answered. "They's getting very lonesome all by themselves in those glassy bottles." "Right," Sophie said. "Now then, do you have dreams about the Queen of England?" "Lots of them," the BFG said. "And about giants?" "Of course," the BFG said. "And about giants eating people?" "Swiggles of them," the BFG said. And what about little girls like me? And you could mix them all up just as I want to do, Sophie asked, getting more and more excited. Of course, the BFG said, but how is just helping us? I think you're barking up the wrong dog. Now hold on, Sophie said. Listen carefully. I want you to mix a dream which you will blow into the Queen of England's bedroom when she is asleep. And this is how it will go. Now hang on a minute, the BFG said. How was I possibly going to go near enough to the Queen of England bedroom to blow in my dream? You're taking it dumplessly. I'll tell you that later, Sophie said. For the moment, please listen carefully. Here is the dream I want you to mix. Are you paying attention? Very close, the BFG said. I want the Queen to dream that 9 disgusting giants, each one about 50 feet tall, are galloping to England in the night. She must dream their names as well. What are the names again? Flesh Lampeter, the BFG said. Manger, Bone Cruncher, Grill Chewer, Meat Draper, Gizzard Gulper, Maid Masher, Blood Bottler, and Butcher Boy. Let her dream all those names, Sophie said, and let her dream that they will be creeping into England in the depths of the witching hour, and snatching little boys and girls from their bed. Let her dream that they will be reaching into the bedroom without and pulling these little boys and girls out of their beds, and then, Sophie paused. Do they eat them on the spot, or do they carry them away first? She asked. They usually just popping them straight into their mouths, like popcorn, the BFG said. Put that in a dream, Sophie said. And then the dream must say that when their tummies are full, they will go galloping back to giant country where no one can find them. Is that all? The BFG said. Certainly not, Sophie said. You must then explain to the Queen in her dream that there is a big friendly giant who can tell her where all those beasts are living, so that she can send her soldiers and her armies to capture them at once for all. And now let her dream one last and very important thing. Let her dream that there is a little girl called Sophie sitting on her windowsill who will tell her where the big friendly giant is hiding. Where he's hiding? Asked the BFG. We'll come to that later, Sophie said. So the Queen dreams her dream right. The BFG said. Then she wakes up, and first thing she's thinking is what a horrid dream. I'm so glad it was only a dream. Then she looks up from her pillow, and what does she see? What does she see? The BFG asked. She sees a little girl called Sophie sitting on her windowsill right there in real life before her very eyes. How is he going to be sitting on the Queen's windowsill? May I beg? The BFG said. You are going to put me there, Sophie said, and that's the lovely part about it. If someone dreams that there is a little girl sitting on her windowsill and man, she wakes up and sees that the little girl really sitting here, that is a dream come true, it is not? I is beginning to see where you is driving to, the BFG said. If the Queen is knowing that part of her dream is true, then perhaps she is believing the rest of it's true as well. That's about it, Sophie said, but I shall to have convinced her of that myself. You said you is wanting to dream to say there is a big friendly giant. He is also going to talk to the Queen. Absolutely, Sophie said. You must. You are the only one of who can tell her where to find the other giants. How is I meeting the Queen? Asked the BFG. I is not wanting to be shooted at by her soldiers. The soldiers are only in front of the palace, Sophie said, and the back there is a huge garden, and there are no soldiers in there at all. There is a very high wall with spikes in and around the garden to stop people climbing it, but you can simply walk over that. How is you knowing all this about the Queen Palace? The BFG asked. Last year I was in a different orphanage, Sophie said. It was in London, and we used to go for walks all around there. Is you helping me to find this palace? The BFG asked. I has never dared to go hide and sneaking around London in my life. Don't be, Sophie said. It's full of tiny dark streets and there are very few people about in a witching hour. The BFG picked up Sophie up between a finger and a thumb and placed her gently on the palm on the other hand. Is there a Queen's palace very big? He asked. Huge, Sophie said. Then how is we finding the right bedroom? That is up to you, Sophie said. You are supposed to be an expert at that sort of thing. And you is absolutely sure the Queen will not put me in a zoo with all the caterpillars. Of course she won't, Sophie said. You'll be here, a hero, and you'll never have to eat cucumbers again. Sophie saw the BFG eyes widen. He licked her lips. You mean it? He said. You really mean it? No more disgusting cucumbers. You couldn't get one of you if you wanted to, Sophie said. Humans don't grow them. That did it. The BFG got to his feet. Then, is you wanting me to mix the special dreams? He asked. Now, Sophie said, at once. When is we going to see the Queen? He said. Tonight, Sophie said, as soon as you mix the dream. Tonight? The BFG cried. Why such a flesh pumpkin furry? If we can't save tonight, children, we can't anyway summon tomorrow's, Sophie said. What is more, I'm getting famished. I haven't had a thing to eat for 24 hours. Then we had better get cracking, the BFG said, moving back towards the cave. Sophie kissed him onto the tip of his thumb. I knew you'd do it, she said. Come on, let's hurry. Mixing the dreams. It was dark now. The night had already begun. The BFG, with Sophie sitting on his hand, hurried into the cave and put on those brilliant blinding lights that seemed to come from nowhere. He placed Sophie on the table. Stay there, please, he said, and no tittering, eyes needing to listen only to silence when I is mixing up such a naughty, plexicated dreams as this. He hurried away from her. He got out an enormous empty glass jar that was the size of a washing machine. He couched into his chest and hurried towards the shelves on which stood the thousands and thousands of smaller jars containing the captured dreams. Dreams about giants, he muttered to himself as he reached the labels. The giant is causing human beings. No, not that one, nor that one. Here's one, and here's another. He grabbed the jars and unscrewed the tops. He typed the dreams into the enormous jar. He was clutching, and as each other one went in, Sophie caught a glimpse of a small sea green blob tumbling from one jar to the other. The BFG hurried towards another shelf. Now he muttered, I is wanting this dream about jiggle houses for girls and about puzzle boxes for boys. He was becoming very tense now. Sophie could almost see the excitement bubbling inside him as he scurried back and forth among his below jars. There must have been 50,000 dreams altogether up there on the shelves, but he seemed to know almost exactly where every one of them was. Dreams about a little girl, he muttered. And dreams about me, about the BFG. Come on, hurry up, get on with. Now there is a wonky world as I keep in those. And so it went on. In about half an hour, the BFG had found all the dreams he wanted and had typed them into the one huge jar. He put the jar on the table. Sophie sat watching him, but he said nothing. Inside the big jar, lying on the bottom of it, she could clearly see about 50 of those oval sea green jellyfish shapes, all pushing gently in and out, some lying on top of others, but each one still a quite separate individual dream. Now is mixing dream, the BFG announced, and went to the cupboard where he kept his bottles of Frobscottle, and from it he took out a gigantic egg beater. It was one of those that has a handle which you turn, and down below there are a lot of overlapping blades that go whistling round. He inserted the bottom end of this contraption into the big jar where the dreams were lying. Watch, he said. He started turning the handle very fast. Flashes of green and blue exploded inside the jar. The dreams were being whisked into a sea green mouse. The poor things, Sophie cried. They is not feeling it, the BFG said, as they turned the handle. Dreams is not like human beings or animals. They has no brains. They is made of zooms. After about a minute, the BFG stopped whisking. The whole bottle was now full of the brim with the large bubbles. They were almost exactly like the bubbles we ourselves blow from soapy water, except that these had ever brighter and more beautiful colors swimming on their surfaces. "Keep watching," the BFG said. Quite slowly, the Tompa's bubbler rose up through the neck on the jar and floated away. A second one followed, then a third and fourth. Soon the cave was filled with hundreds of beautifully colored bubbles, all drifting gently through the air. It was truly a wonderful sight. As Sophie watched them, they all started floating towards the cave entrance, which was still open. "They're going out," Sophie whispered. "Of course," the BFG said. "Where to?" "Those is all little tiny dream bits that isn't using," the BFG said. "They's going to back to the misty country to join up with proper dreams." "It's all a bit beyond me," Sophie said. "Dreams is full of mystery and magic," the BFG said. "Don't try to understand them. Look in the big bottle and you will now see the dream you is wanting for the queen." Sophie turned and stared into the great jar. On the bottom of it, something was thrashing around wildly, bouncing up and down and flinging itself against the walls of the jar. "Good heavens!" she cried. "Is that it?" "That's," the BFG said proudly. "But it's horrible," Sophie cried. "It's jumping about. It wants to get out." "That is because it's a troglometer," the BFG said. "It's a nightmare." "Oh, but I don't want to give the queen a nightmare," Sophie cried. "If she's dreaming about giants guzzling up little boys and girls, then what is you expecting it to be except a nightmare?" the BFG said. "Oh no," Sophie cried. "Oh yes," the BFG said. "A dream where you're seeing little children being eaten is about the most frightsome troglometer dream you can get. It is a Kisly dog thumper. It's a whoopsie crop witcher. It's all of them riddled into one. It is as bad as dream I blew into the flesh on Peter this afternoon. Is it worse?" Sophie stared down at the fearful nightmare dream that was still thrashing away in the huge glass jar. It was much larger than the others. It was about the size and shape of, shall we say, a turkey egg. It was jellyfish. It had tingles of bright scarlet deep inside it. There was something terrible about the mate was throwing itself against the sides of the jar. "I don't want to give the queen a nightmare," Sophie said. "I's thinking," the BFG said, "that your queen will be happy to have a nightmare if having a nightmare is going to save a lot of human beings from being gobbled up by fearsome giants. Is I right or is I left?" "I suppose you're right," Sophie said. "It's good to be done." "She will be soon be getting over it," the BFG said. "Have you put all the other important things into it?" Sophie asked. "When I blow in the dream into the queen's bedroom," the BFG said, "she will be dreaming every single little thing Galling is asking me to make her dream." "About me sitting on the window sill?" "That part is very strong." And about a big friendly giant, I's put in a nice long carpet about him, the BFG said. As he spoke, he picked up one of the smaller jars and very quickly typed the struggling troglometer out of the large jar into the small one. Then he screwed the lid tightly onto the small jar. That's it, he announced. He's now ready. He fetched his suitcase and pulled the small jar into it. Why bother to take a great big suitcase when you have only got one jar? Sophie said. You could put the jar in your pocket. The BFG looked down at her and smiled. By goggles, he said, taking a jar out of the suitcase. Your head is not quite so full of cream sludge after all. I can see you'd no born last week. Thank you, kind sir, Sophie said, making a little curtsy from the tabletop. Is you ready to leave? The BFG asked. I'm ready, Sophie cried. Her heart was beginning to thump at all the thoughts of that they were about to do. It really was a wild and crazy thing. Perhaps they would both be thrown in prison. The BFG was putting on his great black cloak. He dug the jar into a pocket on his cloak. He picked up his long trumpet like dream blower. Then he turned and looked at Sophie, who was still on the tabletop. The dream bottle is in my pocket, he said. Is you going to sit in there with it during the travel? Never, cried Sophie. I refuse to sit next to that beastly thing. Then there is you going to sit, the BFG asked her. Sophie looked him over for a few moments. Then she said, if you would be kind enough to swivel one of your lovely big urns so that is flying like a dish, that would make a very cozy place for me to sit. By Gulmo, that is quite a good idea, the BFG said. Slowly, she swelled his huge right ear until it was like a great shelf facing the heavens. He lifted Sophie up and placed her into it. The ear itself, which was about the size of a large tea tray, was full of the same channels and crinkles as a human ear. It was extremely comfortable. I hope I don't fall down your ear hole, Sophie said, edging away from the large hole just beside her. Be very careful not to do that, the BFG said. You would be giving me a croaking earache. The nice thing about being there was that she could whisper directly into his ear. You is tickling me a bit, the BFG said. Please do not jiggle about. I'll try not to, Sophie said. Are we ready? Wee, yelled the BFG. Don't do that. I didn't do anything, Sophie said. You is talking too loud. You is forgetting that I is hearing very little thing again 50 times louder than usual, and you there is you shouting away right inside my ear. Oh gosh, Sophie mumbled. I forgot that. Your voice is sounding like thunder and trumpets. I'm so sorry, Sophie whispered. Is that better? No, cried the BFG. It sounds as though he was shooting off Abundant. Then how can I talk to you? Sophie whispered. Don't, cried the poor BFG. Please don't. Each word is like you is dropping buzz bombs in my ear hole. Sophie tried speaking right under the breath. Is this better? She said. She spoke so softly she couldn't ever hear her own voice. That's better, the BFG said. Now I is hearing you very nicely. What is it you do trying to say to me just now? I was saying, are you ready? Way is off, cried the BFG, heading for the cave entrance, well off to meet Her Majesty the Queen. Outside the cave, he rolled the large round stone back into the place and set off a tremendous gallop. Journey to London. The great yellow wasteland lay dim and milky in the moonlight as the big friend giant went galloping across it. Sophie, still wearing only her nightie, was reclining comfortably in the service of the BFG right ear. She was actually in the outer rim of the ear, made near the top, where the edge of the ear folds over, and this folding over bit made a sort of a roof for her and gave her wonderful protection against the rushing wind. That is some she was lying on skin that was soft and warm and almost velvety. Nobody, she told herself, had ever travelled in greater comfort. Sophie peeped over the rim of the ear and watched the desolate landscape of giant country go whizzing by. They were certainly moving fast. The BFG went on bouncing off the ground as though there were rockets in his toes, and each stride he took lifted him about 100 feet into the air. But he had not yet gone into what whistling top gear of his, when die round became blurred by speed, and the wind howled, and his feet didn't seem to be touching anything but air. That would come later. Sophie had not slept for a long time. She was very tired. She was also warm and comfortable. She dozed off. She didn't know how long she slept, but when she woke up again and looked out over the edge of the fair, the landscape had changed completely. There were green country now, with mountains and forest. It was still dark, but the moon was shining as brightly as ever. Suddenly, and without slowing his pace, the BFG turned his head sharply to the left. For the first time during the entire journey, he spoke a few words. "Look, quick, over there," he said, pounding his long trumpet. Sophie looked in the direction he was pointing. Through the murky darkness, as they saw us first, was a great cloud of dust about 300 yards away. Those in the other giants all galloping back home after their guzzle, the BFG said. Then Sophie saw them. In the light of the moon, she saw 9 all of those monsters, half-naked brutes, thundering across the landscape together. They were galloping in a pack, their necks craned forward, their arms bent at the elbows, and worst of all, their stomachs bulging. The strides, they were incredible. Their speed was unbelievable. Their feet pounded and thundered off the ground and fell the great sheets of dust behind them. But in 10 seconds they were gone. A lot of little girls' and boys' is no longer sleeping in their beds tonight, the BFG said. Sophie felt quite ill, but this grim encounter made her sound than ever determined to go through with her mission. I must have been about an hour or so later that the BFG began to slow his pace. "We're in England now," he said suddenly. Dark though it was, Sophie could see that they were in a country of green fields with neat hedges in between the fields. There were hills with trees all over them, and occasionally there were roads with the lights of cars moving along. Each time they came to a road, the BFG was over it and away, and no motorist could possibly have anything except a quick black shadow flashing overhead. All at once a curious orange-colored glow appeared in the sky ahead of them. "We's coming close to London," the BFG said. He slowed to a trot. He began looking about cautiously. Groups of horses were now appearing on the sides, but there was still no light in their windows. It was too early for anyone to be getting up yet. "Someone bound to see us," Sophie said. "Never is they seeing me," the BFG said confidently. "Yours forgetting that I's doing this sort of thing for years and years and years. No human being is ever catching ever the smallest wink of me." "I did," Sophie whispered. "Ah," he said, "yes, but you was the very first." During the next half-hour, sleep moved so swiftly and so silently that Sophie, crouching in the giant's ear, was unable to understand exactly what was going on. They were in the streets. There were houses everywhere. Sometimes there were shops. There were bright lamps in the streets. There were quite few people about, and there were cars with lights on, but nobody noticed the BFG. It was impossible to understand quite how he did. There was a kind of magic in his movements. He seemed to melt into a moving. He would glide noiselessly from one dark place to another, always moving, always gliding forward through the street of London, his black cloak blending with the shadows of the night. It is quite possible that 1 or 2 late-night wanderers might have been through. They saw a tall black shadow skimming swiftly down a murky side street. But even if they had, they would have never believed their own eyes. They would have dismissed it's all an illusion and blamed themselves for seeing things that weren't there. Sophie and the BFG came at last to a large place full of trees. There was a road running through it and a lake. There were no people in this place, and the BFG stopped for the first time since they had yet set out from its cave many hours before. "What's the matter?" Sophie whispered in her under-the-breath voice. "Ice isn't a bit of puddle," he said. "You are going marvelously Sophie whispered. No, I isn't, he said. Eyes now completely boggled. Eyes lost. But why? Because we is meant to be in the middle of London, and suddenly we is in a green pastures. Don't be silly, Sophie whispered. This is the middle of London. It's called Hyde Park. I know exactly where we are. He was joking. I'm not. I swear I'm not. We are almost there. You mean we is nearly at the Queen's Palace? Cried the BFG. It's just across the road, Sophie whispered. This is where I take over. Which way? The BFG asked. Straight ahead. The BFG trotted forward through the deserted park. Now stop. The BFG stopped. You see that huge round table ahead of us just outside the park? Sophie whispered. Yes, I see it. That is Hyde Park Corner. Even now, when it was still an hour before dawn, there was quite a lot of traffic moving around Hyde Park Corner. Then Sophie whispered, in the middle of the roundabout, there was an enormous stone arch with a statue of a horse and a rider on top of it. Can you see that? The BFG peered through the street. I seen it, he said. Do you think that if you took a very fast run at it, could you jump clean over the Hyde Park Corner, over the arch, and over the horse and rider, and land the pavement the other side? Easy, the BFG said. You are sure? You're absolutely sure? I promise, the BFG said. Whatever you do, you mustn't land in the middle of Hyde Park Corner. Don't get so fast, the BFG said to me. That is a snitchy little jump. There is no thing going to do it. Then go, Sophie whispered. The BFG broke into full gallop. He went crouching across the park, and just before he reached the rail lights that divided it from the streets, he took it off. It was a gigantic leap. He flew high over the Hyde Park Corner and landed as softly as a cat on the pavement of the other side. Well done, Sophie whispered. How quick! Over that wall, directly in front of them, bordering the pavement, there was a brick wall with fearsome-looking spikes all along the top of it. A swift crouch, a little leap, and the BFG was over it. We're there, Sophie whispered excitedly. We are in the Queen's back garden. The palace. By gumdrops, whispered the big friendly giant. Is that really it? There is the palace, Sophie whispered back. No more than 100 yards away, through tall trees in the garden, across the mown lawns of the tidy flower beds, the massive shaped garden of the palace itself loomed through the darkness. It was made of whitish stone. The sheer sides of it stretched the BFG. But this palace is having 100 bedrooms at least, he said. Easily, I shouldn't think, Sophie whispered. Then eyes boggled. The BFG said, how is I possibly finding the one there the Queen is sleeping? Let's go a bit closer and have a look, Sophie whispered. The BFG glided forward among the trees. Suddenly, he stopped dead. The great ear in which Sophie was sitting began to spiral around. "Hey," Sophie whispered, "you're going to tip me out." "Shh," the PFG whispered back. "I's hearing something." He stopped behind a clump of bushes. He waited. The ear was still swinging this way and that. Sophie had to hang on tight to the side of it to save herself from tumbling out. The BFG pointed through a gap in the bushes, and there, no more than 50 yards away, she saw a man padding softly across the lawn. He had a guard dog with him on a leash. The BFG stayed as still as a stone. So did Sophie. The man and the dog walked on and disappeared into the darkness. "You was telling me there has no soldiers in the garden," the BFG whispered. "He wasn't a soldier," Sophie whispered. "He was some sort of a watchman. He'll have to be careful." "It is not to worry," the BFG said. "This wacky big ears of mine is picking up even the noise of a man breathing the other side of this garden. How much longer before it begins to get light?" Sophie whispered. "Very short," the BFG said. "We must go pell-mell for leather now." He glided forward through the vast garden, and once again Sophie noticed how he seemed to melt into the shadows wherever he went. His feet made no sound at all, even when he was walking on gravel. Suddenly they were ripped up close against the back wall of the great palace. The PFG's head was level with the upper windows on the flight up, and Sophie, sitting in its ear, had the same view. In all the windows on that floor the curtains seemed to be drawn. There were no lights showing anywhere. In the distance they could hear the muttering sound of traffic going round Hyde Park Corner. The BFG stopped and put the other ear, the one Sophie wasn't sitting in, close to the first window. "No," he whispered. "What are you listening to?" Sophie whispered back. "For breathing," the BFG whispered. "I is able to tell if it's a man, human being, or a lady by a breathing voice. He has a man in tree, snorting a little bit too." He glided on, flattering his tall, thin, black-cloaked body against the side of the building. He came to the next window. He listened. "No," he whispered. He moved on. "This room is empty," he whispered. He listened in the several more windows, but each one of them he shook his head and moved on. Then he came to a window in the very center of the palace. He listened, but did not move on. "Ho, ho," he whispered. "We has a lady sleeping in there." Sophie felt a little quiver go running down her spine. "But who?" she whispered back. The BFG put a finger to his lips for silence. He reached up through the open window and parted the curtains ever so slightly. The orange glow from the night sky over London crept into the room and cast a glimmer of light onto its walls. It was a large room, a lovely room, a rich carpet, glitter chairs, a dressing table, a bed, and on the pillow of the bed lay the head of a sleeping woman. Sophie suddenly found herself looking at the face she had seen on stamps and coins in the newspapers all her life. For a few seconds she was speechless. "Is that her?" the BFG whispered. "Yes," Sophie whispered back. The BFG wasted no time. First, very carefully, he started to raise the lower half of the large window. The BFG was an expert on windows. He had opened thousands of them over the years to blow his dreams into children's bedrooms. Some windows got stuck, some were wobbly, some creaked. He was pleased to find that the Queen's window slid upward like silk. He pushed up the lower half as far as it would go, so as to leave a place on the sill for Sophie to sit. Next, he closed the crack in the curtains. Then, with finger and thumb, he lifted Sophie out of his ear and placed her on the window ledge, with her legs dangling just inside the room, but behind the curtains. "Now don't you go toppling backwards," the BFG whispered. "You must always be holding on tight with both hands to the inside of the window sill." Sophie did as she said. It was summertime in London, and the night was not cold, but don't forget that Sophie was wearing only her thin nightie. She would give anything for a dress and gown, not just to keep her warm, but to hide the witnesses on her auntie from watchful eyes in the garden below. The BFG was taking the glass jar from the pocket on his cloak. He unscrewed the lid. Now, very cautiously, he poured the precious dream into the wide end of his trumpet. He steered the trumpet through the gardens far in the room, aiming at in the lace plate he knew the bed to be. He took a deep breath, he puffed out his cheeks, and poof, he blew. Now he was withdrawing the trumpet, sliding it out very, very carefully, like a thermometer. "You is all right sitting there?" he whispered. "Yes," Sophie murmured. She was quite terrified, but determined not to show it. She looked down over her shoulder. The ground seemed miles away. It was a nasty drop. "How long will the dream take to work?" Sophie whispered. "Some takes an hour," the BFG whispered back. "Some is quicker, some is slower still, but I is sure to find her in the end." Sophie said nothing. "I is going off to wait in the garden," the BFG whispered. "When you is waiting to me, just call out my name, and I is coming very quick. Will you hear me?" Sophie whispered. "He is forgetting this," the BFG whispered, smiling and pointing to his great eyes. "Goodbye," Sophie whispered. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the BFG leaned forward and kissed her gently on the cheek. Sophie felt like crying. When she turned to look at him, he was already gone. He had simply melted away into the dark garden. The Queen. Dawn came at last, and the rim of a melon-colored sun rose up behind the rooftop somewhere behind Victoria Station. A while later, Sophie felt a little of its warmth on her back and was grateful. In the distance, she heard a church clock striking. She counted the strikes. There were 7. She found it almost impossible to believe that she, Sophie, a little orphan of no real importance in the world, was at this moment actually sitting high above the ground on the window-sill for the Queen of England's bedroom, with the Queen herself asleep in there behind the curtain, not more than 5 yards away. The very idea of it was absurd. No one had ever done such a thing before. It was a terrifying thing to be doing. What would happen if the dream didn't work? No one, least of all the Queen, would believe a word of her story. It seemed possible that nobody had even woken up to find a small child sitting behind the curtains on his and her windowsill. The Queen was bound to get a shock. Who wouldn't? With all the patience of a small girl who has something important to wait for, Sophie sat motionless on the windowsill. How much longer? She wondered. What time do queens wake up? Faint stirrings and distant sounds came to her from deep inside the belly of the palace. Then all at once, beyond the curtains, she heard the voice of the sleeper in the bedroom. It was a slightly blurred sleep-talker's voice. "Oh no!" it cried out. "No, no, don't someone stop them! Don't let them do it! I can't bear it! Oh, please stop them! It's horrible! Oh, it's ghastly! No, no, no!" "She's having the dream," Sophie told herself. It must be really horrid. It felt so sorry for her, but it was to be done. After that, there were a few moans. There were long silence. Sophie waited. She looked over her shoulder. She was terrified that she would see the man with a duck down in the garden staring up at her. But the garden was deserted. A pale summer mist hung over it like smoke. It was an enormous garden, very beautiful, with a large funny-shaped lake at the far end. There was an island in the lake, and there were ducks swimming on the water. Inside the room, beyond the curtains, Sophie suddenly heard what was obviously a knock on the door. She heard the doorknob being turned. She heard someone entering the room. "Good morning, Your Majesty," a woman was saying. It was the voice of an oldish person. There was a pause and then a slight rattle of china and silver. "Will you have to stray on the bed, ma'am, or on the table?" "Oh, Mary, something awful has just happened." This was a voice Sophie had heard many times on radio and television, especially on Christmas Day. It was a very well-known voice. "Whatever is it, ma'am?" "I've just had the most frightful dream. It was a nightmare. It was awful. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, but don't be distressed. You're awake now, and it will go away It was only a dream, man. Do you know what I dreamed, Mary? I dreamed that girls and boys were being snatched out of their beds at boarding school and were being eaten by the most ghastly giants. The giants were putting their arms in through the dormitory windows and plucking the children out with their fingers. One lot from a girls' school and another from boys' school. It was so vivid, Mary. It was so real. There was a silence. Sophie waited. She was squirming with excitement. But why the silence? Why didn't the other one, the maid, why didn't she say something? What's on earth the matter, Mary? The famous voice was saying. There was another silence. Mary, you've gone as white as a sheet. Are you feeling ill? There was suddenly a crash and clatter of croquet which could only have meant that the tray the maid was carrying had fallen out of her hands. Mary, the famous voice was saying rather sharply. I think you'd better sit down at once. You look as though you are going to faint. You really mustn't take it so hard just because I've had an awful dream. That isn't the reason, ma'am. The maid's voice was quivering terribly. Then what's heaven's sake, what is the reason? I'm very sorry about the tray, ma'am. Oh, don't worry about the tray. But what on earth, what has made you drop it? Why did you go wild and gosh of all sudden? You haven't seen the papers yet, have you, ma'am? No, what do they say? Sophie heard the rustling of a newspaper as it was being handed over. It's like a very dream you had in the night, ma'am. Rubbish, Mary. Where is it? On the front page, ma'am. It is in the headlines. Great Scott! Cried the famous voice. 18 girls vanished mysteriously from their beds at Roydown School. 14 boys disappeared from Anton. Bones are found underneath dormitory windows. Then there was a pause, punctuated by gasps from the famous voice as the newspaper's article was clearly being read and digested. Oh, how ghastly! The famous voice cried out. It is absolutely frightful. Bones under the windows. What can have happened? Oh, those poor children. But, ma'am, don't you see, ma'am? See what, Mary? Those children were taken away almost exactly as you dream it, ma'am. Not by chance, Mary. No, ma'am, but there is a bit about the girls and boys disappearing from their dormitories. You dream it so clearly, and then it actually happened. That is why I came over all cure, ma'am. It's coming over a bit cure, myself, Mary. It gives me the shakes, ma'am, when something like this happens. It really does. I don't blame you, Mary. I shall get you some more breakfast, ma'am, and I've had this mess cleared up. No, don't go, Mary. Stay here for a moment. Sophie wished she could into the room, but she didn't dare touch the curtains. the famous voice began speaking again. I really did this dream about those children, Mary. It was clear as crystal. I know you did, ma'am. I don't want to know how giants got into it. That was a rubbish. Shall I draw the curtains, ma'am? Then we shall all feel better. It's a lovely day. Please do. With a switch, the great curtains were pulled aside. The maid screamed. Sophie froze to the window ledge. The queen, sitting up in her bed with the Times on her lap, glanced up sharply. Now it was her turn to freeze. She didn't scream as the maid had done. Queens are too self-controlled for that. She simply sat there staring wide-eyed and white-faced. All the small girl who was perched on her window-sill in the nighting. Sophie was petrified. Curiously enough, the queen looked petrified. To one would have expected her to look surprised, as you or I would have done had we discovered a small girl sitting on our window-sill first thing in the morning. But the queen didn't look surprised. She looked genuinely frightened. The maid, a middle-aged woman with funny cap on the top of her head, was the first to recover. What in the name of heaven do you think you are doing here? She shouted angrily to Sophie. Sophie looked decisively towards the queen for help. The queen was sitting staring at Sophie. Gaping at her would be more accurate. Her mouth was slightly open. Her eyes were round and wide as two saucers, and the whole of that famous, rather lovely face was filled with disbelief. Now listen here, young lady. How on earth did you get into this room? The maid shouted furiously. I don't believe it, the queen was murmuring. I simply don't believe it. I'll take you out, madam, at once, the maid was saying. No, Mary, no, don't do that. The queen spoke so sharply that the maid was quite taken back. She turned and stared at the queen. Then, on earth had I come over here? It looked as though she was in a state of shock. Are you all right, ma'am? The maid was saying. When the queen spoke again, it was a strange, strangled sort of whisper. Tell me, Mary, she said, tell me quietly, truthfully, is there really a little girl sitting on my window-sill, or am I still dreaming? She is sitting there all right, ma'am, as clear as the daylight, but heaven only knows how she got there. Your Majesty is certainly not dreaming in this time. But what did I dream? The queen cried out. I dreamed that as well. I dreamed that would be a little girl sitting on my window sill in her nightie, and she would talk to me. But that's exactly what I did dream, the queen cried out. I dreamed it as well. I dreamed there would be a little girl sitting there. The maid, with her hands clasped across her stretched white bosom. was staring at her mistress with a look of absolute disbelief on her face. The situation was getting beyond her. She was so lost. She had never been trained to cope with kind of madness. "Are you real?" the Queen said to Sophie. "Yes, your Majesty," Sophie mumbled. "What is your name?" "Sophie." "Your Majesty, and how did you get up onto my windowsill?" "No, don't ask her that." "Hang on a moment. I dreamed that part of it too. I dreamed the giant put you there." "He did, your Majesty," Sophie said. The maid gave a howl of anguish and clasped her hands over her face. "Control myself, Mary," the Queen said sharply. Then to Sophie she said, "You are not serious about the giant, are you?" "Oh yes, your Majesty. He is out there in the garden now." "Is he indeed?" the Queen said. The sheer absurdity of it all was helping her to regain her compass. "He is in the garden, is he?" she said, smiling a little. "He is a good giant, your Majesty," Sophie said. "You need not to be frightened of him." "I'm delighted to hear it," said the Queen, still smiling. "He is my best friend, your Majesty." "How nice," the Queen said. "He's a lovely giant, your Majesty." "I'm quite sure he is," the Queen said. "But why have you and this giant come to see me?" "I think you have dreamed the part of too, your Majesty," Sophie said calmly. That pulled the Queen up short. It looked a smile right over her face. She certainly had dreamed that part of it. She was remembering now how, and in the end of her dream, it had said that a little girl and a big friendly giant could come and show her how to find the 9 horrible man-eating giants. "But be careful," the Queen told herself. "Keep very calm, because this is surely not very far from the palace where madness begins." "You did dream that, didn't you, your Majesty?" Sophie said. The maid was out on it now. She just stood there goggling. "Yes," the Queen murmured. "Yes, now you come to mention it. I did. But how do you know what I dreamed?" "Oh, that's a long story, your Majesty," Sophie said. "Would you like me to call the big friendly giant?" The Queen looked at the child. The child looked straight back at the Queen, her face open and quite serious. The Queen simply didn't know what to make of it. Was someone pulling her leg? She wondered. "Shall I call him for you?" Sophie went on. "You like him very much." The Queen took a deep breath. She was glad no one expected her faithful old Mary was here to see that was going on. "Very well," she said. "You may call your giant." "No, wait a moment." Mary pulled herself together and gave me my dressing gown and clippers. The maid did as she was told. The Queen got out of bed and put on a pale pink dressing gown and slippers. "You may call him now," the Queen said. Sophie turned her head towards the garden and called out, "PFG, Her Majesty the Queen would like to see you." The Queen crossed over the window and stood beside Sophie. "Come down off that ledge," she said. "You're going to fall backwards any moment." Sophie jumped down into the room and stood beside the Queen at the open window. Mary, the maid, stood behind them. Her hands were now planted firmly with her hips, and there was a look on her face which seemed to say, "I want no part of this fiasco." "I don't see any giant," Queen said. "Please wait," Sophie said. "Shall I take her away now, ma'am?" The maid said, "Take her downstairs and give her some breakfast," the Queen said. Just then there was a rustle in the bushes beside the lake. Then out he came, 24 feet tall, wearing his black cloak, with the grace of a nobleman, still carrying his long trumpet in one hand. He strode magnificently across the palace lawn towards the window. The maid screamed. The Queen gasped. Sophie waved. The BFG took his time. He was very deliberate in his approach. When he was close to the window, there 3 of them were standing. He stopped and made a slow, graceful bow. His head, after he had straightened up again, was almost exactly level with the watchers at the window. "Your Majesty," he said, "I is your humble servant." He bowed again. Considering she was meeting a giant for the first time in her life, the Queen remained astonishingly self-composed. "We are very pleased to meet you," she said. Down below, a gardener was coming across the lawn with a wheelbarrow. He caught sight of the BFG legs over to his left. His gaze traveled slowly upwards along the entire height of the enormous body. He grabbed the handles of the wheelbarrow. He swayed. He tottered. Then he keeled over the grass in a dead faint. Nobody noticed him. "Oh, Majesty!" cried the BFG. "Oh, Queen! Oh, Monarch! Oh, Golden Sovereign! Oh, Ruler! Oh, Ruler of Straight Lines! Oh, Sultana! I is come here with my little friend Sophie to give you a—" The BFG hesitated, searching for the word. "To give me what?" the Queen said. "Assistance," the BFG said, beaming. "He sometimes speak a bit funny, Your Majesty," Sophie said. "He never went to school." "Then we must send him to school," the Queen said. "We have some very good schools in this country. I has a great secret to tell Your Majesties," the BFG said. "I should be delighted to hear them," the Queen said, "but not in my dressing gown." "Shall you wish to get dressed, ma'am?" the maid said. "Have either of you had breakfast?" the Queen said. "Oh, could we?" Sophie cried. "Oh, please, I haven't eaten a thing since yesterday." "I was about to have time," the Queen said. But Mary dropped it. The maid gulped. "I imagine We have more food in the palace, the Queen said, speaking to the BFG. Perhaps you and your little friend would care to join me. Will I be repulsant, Snuscumber's Majesty? The BFG asked. Will be what? The Queen asked. Stinky Snuscumbers, the BFG said. What is he talking about? The Queen said. It sounds like a rude word to me. She turned to the maid and said, Mary, ask them to serve breakfast for 3 in the... I think it had better in the ballroom. That has the high ceiling. To the BFG, she said. I'm afraid you will have to go through the door on your hands and knees. I shall summon some to show you the way. The BFG reached up and lifted Sophie out of the window. You and I is leaving Her Majesty's alone to get dressed, he said. No, leave the little girl here with me, the Queen said. We'll have to find something for her to put on. She can't have breakfast in her nightie. The BFG returned Sophie to the bedroom. Can we have sausages, Your Majesty? Sophie said, and bacon and fried eggs. I think that might be managed, the Queen answered, smiling. Just you wait till you taste it, Sophie said to the BFG. No more Snuscumbers from now on. The royal breakfast. There was a frantic scurry among the palace servants when orders were received from the Queen what a 24-foot giant must be seated with Her Majesty in the great ballroom within the next half hour. The butler, an imposing personage named Mr. Tibbs, was in supreme command of all the palace servants, and he did the best he could in the short time available. A man does not rise to become the Queen Butler unless he is gifted with extraordinary ingenuity, adaptability, versatility, dexterity, cunning, sophistication, sagacity, discretion, and a host of other talents that neither you nor I possess. Mr. Tibbs had them all. He was in the butler's pantry, sipping an early morning glass of light ale when the other reached him. In a split second he had made the following calculation in his head. If a normal 6-foot man requires a 3-foot high table to eat off, a 24-foot giant will require a 12-foot high table. And if a 6-foot man requires a chair with a 2-foot high seat, a 24-foot giant will require a chain with 8-foot high seat. Everything Mr. Tibbs told himself must be multiplied by 4. 2 breakfast eggs must become 8. 4 rashers of bacon must become 16. 3 pieces of toast must become 12, and so on. These calculations about food were immediately passed on to Monsieur Papillon, the royal chef. Mr. Tibbs skimmed into the ballroom butlers don't walk, they skim all the ground, followed by a whole army of footmen. The footmen all wore knee branches, and very of them displayed beautifully rounded calves and ankles. There is no way you can become a royal footman unless you have well-turned ankle. It is the first thing they look at when you are interviewed. Push the grand piano in the center of the room, Mr. Tibbs whispered. Butlers never raised their voice above the softest whisper. 4 footmen moved the piano. Now fetch a large chest, all drawers, and put it on the top of the piano, Mr. Tibbs whispered. 3 other footmen fetched a very fine chan-pedal mahogany chest of drawers and placed it on top of the piano. That will be his chair, Mr. Tibbs whispered. It is exactly 8 feet off the ground. Now we shall make a table upon which his gentleman may eat his breakfast in comfort. Fetch me 4 every tall grandfather clocks. There are plenty of them around the palace. Let each clock be 12 feet high. 16 footmen spread out around the palace to find the clocks. They were not easy to carry and required 4 footmen to each one. Place the 4 clocks in a rectangle 8 feet by 4 alongside the grand piano, Mr. Tibbs whispered. The footman did so. Now fetch me the young princess' ping-pong table, Mr. Tibbs whispered. The ping-pong table was carried in. Unscrew his legs and take them away, Mr. Tibbs whispered. This was done. Now place this ping-pong table on the top of the 4 grandmother clocks, Miss Tibbs whispered. To manage this, the footman had to stand on step-ladders. Mr. Tibbs stood back to survey the new furniture. None of it is in the classic style, he whispered, but it will have to do. He gave orders that the damask tablecloths should be grabbed over the ping-pong table, and in the end it looked really quite elegant after all. At this point, Mr. Tibbs was seen to hesitate. The footmen all stared at him aghast. Butlers never hesitate, not even when they are faced with the most impossible problems. It is their job to be totally deviseful at all times. Knives and forks and spoons, Mr. Tibbs had to mutter. Our cutlery will be like little pins in his hands. Mr. Tibbs didn't hesitate for long. Tell the head gardener, he whispered, that I require immediately a brand new and used garden fork and also spade. And for a knife we shall use the great snore hanging on the wall of the morning room. But clean the swung well first. It was at least used to cut off the head of King Charles I, and there may still be a little dried blood on the blade. When all this had been accomplished, Mr. Tibbs stood near the center of the ballroom, casting his expert bolter's eyes over the scene. Had he forgotten anything? He certainly had. What about a coffee cup for the large gentleman? "Fetch me," he whispered, "the biggest jug you can find in the kitchen." A splendid 1-gallon porcelain water jug was brought and placed on the giant's table beside the garden fork and on the garden spade and the great sword. So much for the giant. Mr. Tibbs then had the forgotten move a small delicate table and 2 chairs alongside the giant's table. This was for the Queen and for Sophie. The facts that the giant's table and chair lowered far above the smaller table as simply could not be helped. All these arrangements were only just completed when the Queen, now fully dressed in a trim skirt and cashmere cardigan, entered the ballroom holding Sophie by the hand. A pretty blue dress that had once belonged to one of the princesses had been found to Sophie, and to make her look prettier still, the Queen had picked up a superb sapphire brooch from her dressing table and had pinned it on the left side of the Sophie's chest. The big friendly giant followed behind them, but he had an awful job getting through the door. He had to squeeze himself through on his hands and knees, with 2 footmen pushing him from behind and 2 pulling from the front, but he got through in the end. He had removed his back cloak and got rid of his trumpet, and was now wearing his ordinary simple clothes. As he walked across the ballroom, he had to stop quite a lot to avoid hitting the ceiling. Because of this, he failed to notice an enormous crystal chandelier. Crash went his head right into the chandelier. A shower of glass fell upon the poor BFG. "It was Louis XV," the Queen said, looking slightly put out. "He's never been in a house before," Sophie said. Mr. Tibbs scrawled. He directed 4 footmen to clear up the mess. Then, with a disdainful little wave of the hand, he indicated to the giant that he should seat himself on top of the chest of drawers on top of the grand piano. "What a whiz flashing seat!" cried the BFG. "I's going to be back as a snack in a rug up here." "Does he always speak like that?" Queen asked. "Queen often," Sophie said. "Quite often he gets tangled up with his words." The BFG sat down on the chest of drawers piano and gazed in wonder around the great ballroom. "By Grumders," he cried, "what a spliffing whoopsie room he is in! It is so ginormous. I need binoculars and telescope to see what is going to the other end." Footmen arrived carrying silver trays with fried eggs, bacon, sausages, and fried potatoes. At this point, Mr. Tibbs suddenly realized that in order to serve the BFG at his 12-foot-high grandfather's clock table, he would have to climb to the top of all the wall step ladders. That's more, he must do it balancing a huge warm plate on the palm of the one hand and holding a gigantic silver coffee pot in the other. A normal man would have flinched at the thought of it. But good butlers never flinch. Up he went, and up, while the Queen and Sophie watched him with great interest. It is possible they were both secretly hoping he would lose his balance and go crashing to the floor, but good butlers never crash. At the top of the ladder, Mr. Tibbs, balancing like an acrobat, poured the BFG's coffee and placed the enormous plate before him. On the plate there were 8 eggs, 12 sausages, 16 rashers of bacon, and a heap of fried potato. "What's this place, Your Majesty?" the BFG asked, peering down at the Queen. He has never eaten anything except snuskimbers before in his life, Sophie explained. "The taste revolting." "They don't seem to have stunned his crown," the Queen said. The BFG grabbed the cotton spread and scooped all up the eggs, sausages, bacon and potatoes in one go and shoveled them into his enormous mouth. "By goggles," he cried, "this stuff is making snuskimbers taste like switchwalloop." The Queen glanced up, frowning. "This was only the titchy little bite," the BFG said. "Is you having any more of this delicious grubble in your comfort, Majesties?" "Tibbs," the Queen said, showing true regal hospitality, "fetch the gentleman another dozen fried eggs and a dozen sausages." Mr. Tibbs swam out of the room, muttering unspeakable words to himself and wiping his paw with a white handkerchief. The BFG lifted the huge jug and took a swallow. "Ouch!" he cried, blowing a mouthful across the ballroom. "Please, what is the horrible swigbill is I drinking, Majesty?" "It's coffee," the Queen told him. "Fresh roasted." "It's a filsome," the BFG cried out. "Where is the frog scuttle?" "The what?" the Queen asked. "Delicious fizzy frog scuttle," the BFG answered. "Everyone must be drinking frog scuttle with breakfast, Majesty. Then we go all the whiz popping happily together afterwards." "What does he mean?" the Queen said, frowning at Sophie. "That's a whiz popping?" White Sophie kept a very straight face. "BFG," she said, "there is no frapscotto and whiz popping strictly forbidden." "What?" he cried. "No frapscotto, no whiz popping, no glumptious music, no bum bum bum?" Absolutely not, Sophie told him firmly. If he wants to sign, please don't stop him, the Queen said. He doesn't want to sign, Sophie said. He said he wants to make music, the Queen went on. Shall I send for a violin? No, Your Majesty, Sophie said. He's only joking. A sly little smile crossed the BFG face. Listen, he said, peering down at Sophie. If they isn't having any frapscottle here in the palace, I can still go whiz-popping perfectly well without it if I tried hard enough. No, cried Sophie. Don't. You are not to, I beg you. Music is very good for the digestion, the Queen said. When I am up in Scotland, they play the bagpipes outside the window while I'm eating. Do play something. I has Her Majesty's permission, cried the BFG. And all at once he let fly with a whiz-popper, then sounded as though a bomb had exploded in the room. The Queen jumped. Whoopee! Shouted the BFG. That is better than bagpipes, isn't not, Magister? It took the Queen a few seconds to get over the shock. I prefer the bagpipes, she said, but she couldn't stop herself smiling. During the next 20 minutes, a whole relay of footmen were kept busy hurrying to and from the kitchen, carrying third helpings and fourth helpings and fifth helpings, or fried eggs and sausages for the nervous and delighted BFG. When the BFG had consumed his 72nd fried egg, Mr. Tibbs sidled up to the Queen. He bent low from the waist and whispered in her ear. Chef sends his apologies, Your Majesty, and he says he has no more eggs in the kitchen. What's wrong with the hens? The Queen said. Nothing wrong with the hens, Your Majesty, Mr. Tibbs whispered. Then tell them to lay more, the Queen said. She looked up at the BFG. Have some toast and marmalade while you are waiting, she said to him. The toast is finished, Mr. Tibbs whispered, and Chef says there is no more bread. Tell him to bake more, the Queen said. While all this was going on, Sophie had been telling the Queen everything, absolutely everything, about her first visit to Giant Country. The Queen listened, appalled. When Sophie had finished, the Queen looked up at the BFG, who was sitting high above her. He was now eating a sponge cake. Big friendly giant, she said, last night those man-eating brutes came to England. Can you remember where they went the night before? The BFG put a whole round sponge cake into his mouth and chewed it slowly while he thought about this question. Yes, Magister, he said, I do think I is resembling where they said they was going the night before last. They was galloping off to Sweden for Sweden sour taste. Fetch my telephone, the Queen commanded. Mr. Tibbs placed the instrument on the table. The queen lifted the receiver. "Get me the king of Sweden," she said. "Good morning," the queen said. "Is everything all right in Sweden?" "Everything is terrible," the king of Sweden answered. "There is a panic in the capital. 2 nights ago, 26 of my loyal subjects disappeared. My whole country is in panic. Your 26 loyal subjects were all eaten by giants," the queen said. "Apparently, they like the taste of sweeties." "Why do they like the taste of sweeties?" the king asked. "Because the sweeties of Sweden have a sweet and sour taste, so says the BFG," the queen said. "I don't know what you are talking about," the king said, growing testy. "It's hardly a joking matter when one's loyal subjects are being eaten like popcorn." "They've eaten 9 as well," the queen said. "Who they, for heaven's sake?" the king asked. "Giants," the queen said. "Look here," the king said. "Are you feeling all right?" "It's been a rough morning," the queen said. "First, I had a horrid nightmare. Then the maid dropped my breakfast, and now I've got a giant on the piano." "You need a doctor, quick," cried the king. "I'll be all right," the queen said. "I must go now." "Thank for your help." The replacer, the receiver. "Your BFG is right," the queen said to Sophie. "Those 9 men, eaten brutes, did go to Sweden." "It's horrible," Sophie said. "Please stop them, Your Majesty. I'd like to make one more check before I call out the troops," the queen said. Once more, she looked up at the BFG. He was eating donuts now, popping them into his mouth 10 at a time, like peas. "Think hard, BFG," she said. "Where did those horrid giants say they were galloping off to 3 nights ago?" The BFG thought long and hard. "Oh," he cried at last. "Yes, I is remembering." "Where," asked the queen, "once was off to Baghdad," the BFG said, "and they's galloping past my cave. Fleshlamp Peter is waving his arms and shouting at me, 'I's off to Baghdad, and I's going to Baghdad, and Mom and every one of their 10 childrens as well.'" Once more the queen lifted the receiver. "Get me the Lord Mayor of Baghdad," she said. "If they don't have a Lord Mayor, get me the next best thing." In 5 seconds, a voice was on the line. "Here's the Sultan of Baghdad speaking," the voice said. "Listen, Sultan," the queen said. "Did anything unpleasant happen in your city 3 nights ago?" "Every night unpleasant things are happening in Baghdad," the Sultan said. "We are chopping off people's heads like you are chopping parsley." "I've never chopped parsley in my life," the queen said. "I want to know if anyone has disappeared recently in Baghdad." "Only my uncle, Caliph Harun al-Rashid," the Sultan said. "He disappeared from his bed 3 nights ago together with his 5 and 10 children." "There he is," the cried BFG, whose wonderful ears enabled him to hear that the Sultan was saying to the queen on the telephone. "Fleshlamp Peter did that one. He went off to Baghdad to beg Dad and Mom and all the little cuddles. The Queen replaced the receiver. "That proves it," she said, looking up at the BFG. "Your story is apparently quite true. Summon the head of the army and the head of the Air Force immediately." The plan. The head of the army and the head of the Air Force stood at attention beside the Queen's breakfast table. Sophie was still in her seat, and the BFG was still high up on his crazy perch. It took the Queen only 5 minutes to explain the situation to the military men. "I knew there was something like this going on, Your Majesty," the head of the army said. "For the last 10 years, we've been getting reports from nearly every country in the world about people disappearing mysteriously in the night. We had one only the other day from Panama." "For the head to taste," cried the BFG. "And one from Wellington in New Zealand," said the head of the army. "For the booty flavor," cried the BFG. "What is the talking about?" said the head of the Air Force. "Work it out for yourself," the Queen said. "What time is it?" 10 a.m. In 8 hours, those 9 bloodthirsty brutes will be galloping off to gobble up another couple of dozen unfortunate wretches. They have to be stopped. We must act fast. "Well palm the blighters," shouted the head of the Air Force. "We'll mow them down with machine guns," cried the head of the army. "I do not approve of murder," the Queen said. "But they are murderers themselves," cried the head of the army. "That is not reason that we would follow their example," the Queen said. "Two wrongs don't make a right, and two rights don't make a left," cried the BFG. "We must bring them back alive," the Queen said. "How?" the 2 military men said together. "They are all 50 feet high. They'd knock us down like 9 pins. "Wait," cried the BFG. "Hold your horseflies. Keep your skirts on. I think I has the answer of the maidens here." "Let him speak," the Queen said. "Every afternoon," the BFG said, "all these giants in the land of Nodi." "I can't understand a word this feller says," the head of the army snipped. "Why doesn't he speak clearly?" "He means the land of the Nod," Sophie said. "It's pretty obvious." "Exactly," cried the BFG. "Every afternoon, all these 9 giants is lying on the ground, snoozing away in a very deep sleep. They is always resting, like before they is galloping off to guzzle another helping of human beings." "Go on," they said. "So what?" "So what your soldiers has to do is to creep up the giants while they are still in the land of Nodi, and tie their arms and legs with mighty ropes and wonking chains." "Brilliant," the Queen said. "That's all very well," said the head of the army. "But how do we get the brutes back here? We can't load 50-foot giants onto trucks. Shoot 'em on the spot, that's what I say." The BFG looked down from his lofty perch and said, "This time to the head of the Air Force. "Yous havin' belly poppers, is you not? Is he being rude?" the head of the Air Force said. "He means helicopters," Sophie told him. "Then why doesn't he say no? Of course we have helicopters." "Whoopsie big belly poppers?" asked the BFG. "Very big ones," the head of the Air Force said proudly, "but no helicopter is big enough to get a giant like inside it." "You do not put him inside," the BFG said. "You sling him underneath the belly of your belly popper and carry him like a torpedo." "Like a what?" said the head of the Air Force. "Like a torpedo," Sophie said. "Could you do that, Air Marshal?" the Queen asked. "Well, I suppose we could," the head of the Air Force admitted grittingly. "Then get cracking," the Queen said. "You'll need 9 helicopters, 1 for each giant." "Where is this place?" the Air Force man said to the BFG. "I presume you can pinpoint it on the map." "Pinpoint?" said the BFG. "Map? I's never hearing these words before. Is this Air Force been talking slush bungle?" The Air Marshal's face turned the color of a ripe plum. He was not used to being told he was talking slush bungle. The Queen, with her usual admirable tact and good sense, came to the rescue. "BFG," she said, "can you tell us more or less where this giant country is?" "No, Magister," the BFG said, "not on my belly." "They were jiggered," cried the Army General. "That is ridiculous," cried the Air Marshal. "You must not be giving us too easy," the BFG said calmly. "The first titchy obstacle you meet, and you begin shouting yours," Beef squiggled. The Army General was no more used to being insulted than the Air Marshal. His face began so swell with fury, and his cheeks blew out until they looked like 2 huge ripe tomatoes. "Your Majesty," he cried, "we are dealing with a lunatic. I want nothing more to do with this ridiculous operation." The Queen, who was used to the tartums of her senior officials, ignored him completely. "The BFG," she said, "would you please tell these rather dim-witted characters exactly what to do?" "Please, Magister," said the BFG. "Now listen to me carefully, you 2 boot-bugglers." The military men began to switch, but they stayed put. "I's not having the foggiest idea where giant country is in the world," the BFG said, "but I's always able to gallop there. I's galloping forwards and backwards from giant country every night to blow my dreams into little Chidler's bedrooms. I's knowing the way very well, so all you is having to do is this. Put your 9 big belly hoppers up in the air, and let them follow me as I is galloping along." "How long will the journey take?" the Queen asked. "If we sleep now," the BFG said, "we'll be arriving just as the giants is having their afternoon snuzzle." "Splendid," said the Queen. Then turning to the 2 military men, she said. Prepare to leave immediately. The head of the army, who was feeling pretty miffed by the whole business, said, "That's all very well, Your Majesty, but what are we going to do with the blinkers once we've got them back?" "Don't worry about that," the Queen told him. "We'll be ready for them. Hurry up now, off you go." "If it pleases Your Majesty," Sophie said, "I should like to ride with the BFG to keep him company." "Where will you sit?" asked the Queen. The BFG got down from a high chair. He picked Sophie up in his fingers. He swelled his huge right ear until it was parallel with the ground. Then he placed Sophie gently inside it. The heads of the army and the Air Force stood there goggling. The Queen smiled. "You really are rather a wonderful giant," she said. "Majesty," the BFG said, "I is wishing you to ask a very special thing from you." "What is it?" the Queen said. "Could I please bring back here in the belly poppers all my collection of dreams? They's taken me years and years to collect, and I's not wanting to lose them." "Why, of course," the Queen said. "I wish you a safe journey." Capture. The BFG had made thousands of journeys to and from Giant Country over the years, but he had never in his life made one quite like this, with 9 huge helicopters roaring along just over his head. He had never before traveled in broad daylight either. He hadn't dared to. But this was different. Now he was going it for the Queen of England itself, and he was frightened of nobody. As he galloped across the bridge's aisle, with the helicopter thundering above him, people stood and gaped and wondered what on earth was going on. They had never seen the likes of it before, and they never would again. Every now and then, the pilots of the helicopter would catch a glimpse of a small girl wearing glasses, crouching in the giant's right ear and waving to them. They always waved back. The pilots marveled at the giant's speed and at the way he leaped across wide rivers and over huge houses, but they hadn't seen anything yet. "Be careful to hang on tight," the BFG said. "We's going fast as a fizzle crump." The BFG changed into his famous top gear, and all at once he began to fly forward as though there were springs in his legs and rockets in his toe. He went skimming over the earth like some magical hop, skip and jumper, with his feet hardly touching the ground. As usual, Sophie had to crouch low in the greaves on his ear to save herself from being swept clean away. The 9 pilots in their helicopters suddenly realized they were being left behind. The giant was streaking ahead. They opened their throttles to full speed, and even then they were only just able to keep up. In the leading machine, the head of the Air Force was sitting beside the pilot. He had a word atlas on his knees, and he kept staring first at the atlas, then at the ground below, trying to figure out where they were going. Frantically, he turned the pages of the atlas. "Where the devil are we going?" he cried. "I haven't the foggiest idea," the pilot answered. "The Queen's orders were to follow the giant, and that's exactly what I'm doing." The pilot was a young Air Force officer with a bushy mustache. He was very proud of his mustache. He was also quite fearless, and he loved adventure. He thought this was a super adventure. "It's fun going to new places," he said. "New places?" shouted the head of the Air Force. "What the places do you mean, new places?" "This place we're flying over now, isn't it this atlas, is it?" the pilot said, grinning. "You are darn right, it isn't in the atlas," cried the head of the Air Force. "We've flown clear of the last page. I expect that old giant knows where he's going," the young pilot said. "He's leading us to the disaster," cried the head of the Air Force. He was shaking with fear. In the seat behind him sat the head of the army, who was even more terrified. "You don't mean to tell me we've gone right out of the atlas," he cried, leaning forward to look. "What exactly what I am telling you?" cried the Air Force man. "Look for yourself. Here's the very last map in the whole flaming atlas. We went off that over an hour ago." He turned the page. As all in small atlases, there are two completely blank pages at the very end. "So now we must be somewhere here," he said, putting a finger on one of the blank pages. "We're here," cried the head of the army. The young pilot was still grinning broadly. He said to them, "That's why they always put two blank pages at the back of the atlas. They are for new countries. You are meant to feel them in yourself." The head of the Air Force glanced down at the ground below. "Just look at this God-forsaken desert," he cried. "All the trees are dead and all the rocks are blue." "The giant has stopped," the young pilot said. "He's waving us down." The pilot throttled back the engines, and all 9 helicopters landed safely on the great yellow wasteland. Then each of them lowered a ramp from its belly. 9 jeeps, one from each helicopter, were driven down the ramps. Each jeep contained 6 soldiers and a vast quantity of thick rope and heavy chains. "I don't see any giants," the head of the army said. "The giants is all just out of sight, over there," the BFG told him. "But if you'd taken these sludge-buckets, noisy belly poppers, any closer, all the giants is waking up at once, and then pop goes the whistle." "So you want us to proceed by jeep?" the head of the army said. "Yes," the BFG said, "but you must all be very, very hushy quiet. No roaring of motors, no shouting, no mucking about, no pidgery-jokey." The BFG, with Sophie still in his ear, trotted forward, and the jeeps followed close behind. Suddenly, the most dreadful rumbling noise was heard by everyone. The head of the army went a big grin in the face. "Those are guns," he cried. "There is a battle raging somewhere up ahead of us. Turn back, the lot of you. Let's get out of there." "Big spiffle," the BFG said. "Those noises, it's not guns." "Of course they are guns," shouted the head of the army. "I am a military man, and I know a gun when I hear one. Turn back." "Those is just the giants snortling in their sleep," the BFG said. "It is a giant myself, and I know a giant's snortle when I's hearing one." "Are you quite sure?" the army man said anxiously. "Positive," the BFG said. "Proceed cautiously." The army man ordered. They all moved on. Then they saw them. Even at a distance, they were enough to scare the daily lights out of the soldiers. But when they got close and saw what the giants really looked like, they began to sweat with fear. 9 fearsome, ugly, half-naked, 50-feet-long brutes lay sprawled over the ground in various grotesque attitudes of sleep, and the sound of their snoring was indeed like gunfire in a battle. The BFG raised a hand. The jeeps all stopped. The soldiers got out. "What happens if one of them wakes up?" whispered the head of the army, his knees knocking together from fear. "If any one of them is waking up, he will gobble you down before you can say neckjive," the BFG answered, grinning hugely. "Me is the only one that won't be gobbled up, because giants is never eating giants. Me and Sophie is the only safe ones, because I is hiding her if that happens." The head of the army took several paces to the rear. So did the head of the Air Force. They climbed rather quickly back into the jeep, ready to make a fast getaway if necessary. "Go forward, man," The head of the army said, "Go forward and do your duty bravely." The soldiers crept forward with their ropes and chains. All of them were trembling mightily. None dared speak a word. The BFG, with Sophie now sitting on the palm of his hand, stood nearby watching the operation. To give the soldiers their due, they were extremely courageous. There were 6 well-trained, efficient men working on each giant, and within 10 minutes, 8 out of the 9 giants had been trussed up like chickens and were still snoring contentedly. The 9th, who happened to be the Fleshlamp Peter, was causing a trouble for the soldiers because he was lying with his right arm tucked underneath his enormous body. It was impossible to tie his wrists and arms together without first getting that arm out from underneath him. Very, very cautiously, the 6 soldiers who were working on the Fleshlamp Peter began to pull all the huge arm, trying to release it. The Fleshlamp Peter opened his tiny, peaky black eyes. "Which of you fool pisters is wiggling my arm?" he bellowed. "Is that you, Eurostom Mercury?" Suddenly, he saw the soldiers. With a roar, he leaped to his feet. The soldiers, petrified with fear, froze where they were. They had no weapons with them. The head of the army put his jeep into reverse. "Human beings!" the Fleshlamp Peter yelled. "What is all you flesh-punking Rostom half-baked beans doing in our country?" He made a grab as a soldier and swept him up in his hand. "I's having early suppers today," he shouted, holding the poor squirming soldiers at arm's length and roaring with laughter. Sophie, standing on the palm of the BFG hand, was watching horror-struck. "Do something," she cried, "quick before he eats him." "Put the human being down," the BFG shouted. The Fleshlamp Peter turned and stared at the BFG. "What is you doing here with all these grotty twiggles?" he bellowed. "You's making me very suspicious." The BFG made a rush at the Fleshlamp Peter, but the colossal 50-foot 4-high giant simply knocked him over with a flick of his free arm. All the same time, Sophie fell off the BFG palm onto the ground. Her mind was racing. She must do something. She must. She remembered the sapphire brooch the queen had pinned onto her chest. Quickly, then did it. "It's guzzling you nice and slow," the Fleshlamp Peter was saying to the soldier in his hand. "When I's guzzling 10 or 20 more of you mighty little megons down there, getting away from me, because I scaled them 50 times faster than you." Sophie ran down behind the flashlamp Peter. She was holding the brooch between her fingers. When she was right up close to the great neck and hairy neck, she ran the 3-inch-long pin on the brooch as hard as she could into flashlamp Peter's right ankle. It went deep into the flesh and stayed there. The giant gave a roar of pain and jumped high in the air. He stopped the soldier and made a grab for his ankle. The BFG, knowing what a crowd the flashlamp Peter was, saw his chance. "You was bitten by a snake," he shouted. "I see it biting you. It was frightsome. Points-nose Viper. It was really dreadfully dangerous," windscreen Viper. "Save our souls," below the flashlamp Peter. Saw the crumpets. "I was bitten by a fictitious, venomous windscreen Viper." He flew up to the ground and sat there howling his head off and clutching his ankle with both hands. His fingers felt bruised. "The teeth of the dreadly Viper is still sticking into me," he yelled. "I was feeling the teeth sticking into my ankle." The BFG saw his second chance. "We must be getting those Viper's teeth out at once," he cried. "Otherwise, he was deader than duck soup. I was helping you." The BFG knelt down beside the flashlamp Peter. "You must grab your ankle very tight with your hands," he ordered. "What will stop the points-one's juices from the venomous Viper going up your leg into your heart?" The flashlamp Peter grabbed his ankle with both hands. "Now close your eyes and grittle your teeth and look up to heaven and say your praise while he's taking out the teeth of the venomous Viper," the BFG said. The terrified flashlamp Peter did exactly as he was told. The BFG signaled for some rope. A soldiers rushed it over to him. With both to the flashlamp Peter's hands, gripping his ankle, it was a simple matter for the BFG to tie the ankles and hands together with a tight knot. "Eyes pulling out of the frightsome Viper's teeth," the BFG said, as he pulled the knot tight. "Do it quickly," shouted the flashlamp Peter, with her eyes piercing it to death. "There we is," said the BFG, standing up. "You can look now." When the flashlamp Peter saw that he was trussed up like a turkey, he gave a yell so loud that the heavens trembled. He rolled and wriggled, he fought and he figgled, he screamed and squiggled, but there was not a thing he could do. "Well done, you!" Sophie cried. "Well done, you!" said the BFG, smiling down at the little girl. "You're saving all of our lives. Will you please get the brooch back for me?" Sophie said. "It belongs to the Queen." The BFG pulled the beautiful brooch out of the flashlamp Peter's ankle. The flashlamp Peter wowed. The BFG wiped the pin and handed it back to Sophie. Curiously, not one of the other 8 snoring giants had woken up during this schism. When you're only sleeping 1 or 2 hours a day, you're sleeping extra doubly deep, the BFG explained. The head of the army, and the Air Force drove forward once again in their jeep. Her Majesty will be very pleased with me, the head of the army said. I shall probably get a medal. What's the next move? Now use all driving over my cave to load up my bottles on dreams, the BFG said. We can't waste time with that rubbish, the army general said. It is the Queen's order, Sophie said. She was now back to the BFG head. So the 9 jeeps drove across to the BFG's cave, and the great dream loading operation began. There were 50,000 jars, and all to be loaded up, more than 5,000 to each jeep, and it took over an hour to finish the job. While the soldiers were loading the dreams, the BFG and Sophie disappeared over the mountains on a mysterious errand. When they came back, the BFG had a sack the size of a small house slung over his shoulder. What's that you've got in there? The head of the army demanded to know. Curiosity is killing the rat, the BFG said, and he turned away from the silly man. Then he was sure that all his precious dreams had been safely loaded on the jeeps, the BFG said. Now he is driving back to the penny poppers and picking up the frightsome giants. The jeep drove back to the helicopters. The 50,000 dreams were carried carefully, jar by jar, onto the helicopter. The soldiers climbed back on the board, but the BFG and Sophie stayed on the ground. Then they all returned to where the 9 giants were lying. It was the fine sight to see them, these great air machines hovering over the trussed-up giants. It was as an even finger sight to see the giants being woken up by the terrific thundering of the engines overhead, and the funniest sight of all to observe those 9 hideous brutes screaming and twisting about on the round like a mass of mighty snakes as they tried to free themselves from their ropes and chains. "I is flush and buckled," roared the Flushlampeter. "It's pleats wiggled," yelled the child chewer. "I's rock swallowed," bellowed the bone cruncher. "Goosey groggled," howled the Magooger. "I's cousin wisped," shouted the meat driper. "I's flackengled," screamed the meat masher. "I's slop-droggled," squawked the gizzard gulper. "I's crow-squinkled," yowed the blood butler. "I's pond-muckered," screeched the butcher boy. The 9 giant carrying helicopters, each close chose separate giants and hovered directly over him. Very strong steel hawsers were hooked on the ends of them were hard from the front and rear of each helicopter. The BFG quickly secured the hooks to the giants, chains on hook near the legs and the other near the arms. Then very slowly the giants were winched up into the air, parallel with the ground. The giants roared and blew, but there was nothing they could do. The BFG, with a Sophie once more resting comfortably in his sphere, set off at a gallop of England. The helicopters all banked around and followed after him. It was an amazing spectacle, those 9 helicopters winging through the sky, each with a trussed-up 50-foot-long giant slung underneath it. The giants themselves must have found it an interesting experience. They never stopped bellowing, but their howls were drowned by the noise of the engines. When it began to get dark, the helicopters switched on powerful searchlights and trained them to the galloping giants so as to keep him in sight. They flew right through the night and arrived in England just as dawn was breaking. Feeding time. While the giants were being captured, a tremendous bustle and hustle was going on back home in England. Every earth digger and mechanical contrivance in the country had been mobilized to dig the colossal hole in which the 9 giants were to permanently imprisoned. 10,000 men, 10,000 machines whirled carelessly through the night under powerful archlight, and the massive task was completed only just in time. The hole itself was about twice the size of a football field and 500 feet deep. The walls were perpendicular, and engineers had calculated that there was no way a giant could escape once he was put in. Even if all giants were to stand on each other's shoulders, the topmost giant would still be some 50 feet from the top of the hole. The 9 giant carrying helicopters hovered over the massive pit. The giants, one by one, were lowered to the floor, but they were still trussed up, and no one came the picky business of releasing them from their bonds. Nobody wanted to go down, and do this because the moment a giant was freed, he would be sure to run off the wretched person who had fed him and gobbled him up. As usual, the BFG had the answer. "I have told you before," he said, "giants has never eaten giants, so why is going down, and I shall untie them myself before you can say Jack Robinson." With thousands of fascinated spectators, including the Queen, peering down into a pit, the BFG was lowered on a rope. One by one, he released the giants. They stood up, stretched their stiffened limbs, and stared leaping about in fury. "Why is they putting us down? Here is a club-squawking hole," they shouted at the BFG. "Because you's guzzling human beings," the BFG answered. "I's always warning you not to do it, but you's never taking the titchiest bit of notice." "In that case," the flashlamp Peter bellowed, "I think we's guzzling you instead." The BFG grabbed the dangling rope, was hoisted out of the pit just in time. The great bulging sack he had brought back with him from giant country lay at the top of the pit. "What's in there?" the Queen asked him. The BFG put an arm into the sack and pulled out a gigantic black and white striped object the size of an arm. "Snuscumbers," he cried. "This is the repulsing Snuscumbers, Magister, and that's always going to give this disgust of giants from now on." "May I taste it?" the Queen asked. "Don't, Magister, don't," cried the BFG. "It's tasting of truck filth and pig squibble. With it he dosed the snowscumber down to the giants below. "There's your supper," he shouted. "Have a munch on that." He fished out more snowscumbers from the sack and threw them down. The giants below howled and cursed. The BFG laughed. "It serves them right, left, and center," he said. "What will you feed them on when the snowscumbers all used up?" the queen asked him. "They's never been used up, Majesties," the BFG answered, smiling. "I's also bringing in this sack a whole bundle of snowscumbers plants, which I is given, with your permission, to the royal gardener to put in the soil. But when he is having an everlasting supply of this repulsant food to feed these thirsty bloody giants on." "What a clever fellow you are," the queen said. "You are not very well educated, but you are really nobody's fool. I can see it." The author. Every country in the world that had in the past been visited by the foam-and giants sent telegrams of congratulations and thanks to the BFG and to Sophie. Kings and presidents and prime ministers and rulers of every kind of showered the enormous giant and the little girl with compliments and thank yous, as well as sort of medals and present. The ruler of India sent the BFG a magnificent elephant, the very darling he had been wishing for all his life. The king of Arabia sent them a camel each. The Lama of Tibet sent them a llama each. Wellington sent them 100 pairs of wellies each. Panama sent beautiful hats. The king of Sweden sent them barrels full of sweet and sour pork. Jersey sent them pullovers. There was no end to the gratitude in the world. The queen herself gave orders that a special house with a tremendous high ceiling and enormous door should immediately be built in Windsor Great Park next to her own castle for the BFG to live in. And a pretty little cottage was put up next door for Sophie. The BFG house was to have a special dream storing room with hundreds of shelves in it where he could put his beloved bottles. What is more, he was given the title of the Royal Dream Blower. He was allowed to go galloping off to any place in England. On any night of the year, he blew his splendid fizz wizards in through the windows to sleeping children, and letters poured into his house by the million from children begging him to pay them a visit. Meanwhile, tourists from all over the globe came flocking to gaze down in wonder at 9 horrendous men eating giants in the great pit. They came especially feeding time when the snowscumbers were being thrown down to them by the keeper, and it was a pleasure to listen to the howls and growls of horror coming up from the pit as the giants began to chew upon the filthiest tasting vegetable on earth. There was only one disaster. The silly man who had drunk too much beer for lunch decided to climb over the high fence surrounding the pit, and of course he fell in. There were yells of delight from the giants below, followed by the crunching of bones. The head keeper immediately put up a big notice of the fence saying, "It is forbidden to feed the giants. After that, there were no more disasters. The BFG expressed a wish to learn how to speak properly, and Sophie herself, who loved him as he would a father, volunteered to give him lessons every day. She even taught him how to spell and write sentences, and he turned out to be a splendid, intelligent pupil. In his spare time, he read books. He became a tremendous reader. He read in all Charles Dickens, from no longer called dull Dickens, and all of the Shakespeare, and literally thousands of other books. He also started to write essays about his own past life. When Sophie read some of them, she said, "These are very good. I think perhaps one day you could become a real writer." "Oh, I would love that," cried the BFG. "Do you think I could?" "I know you could," Sophie said. "Why don't you start by writing a book about you and me?" "Very well," the BFG said. "I'll give it a try." So he did. He worked hard on it, and in the end, he completed it. Rather shyly, he showed it to the Queen. The Queen read it aloud to her grandchildren. Then the Queen said, "I think we ought to get this book printed properly and published so that other children can read it." This was arranged, but because the BFG was a very modest giant, he wouldn't put his own name on it. He used somebody else's name instead. But there, you might ask, is this book that the BFG wrote? It's right here. You've just finished reading it. The end.